Good evening, everybody. I am feeling really fuzzy, and it's partly this sleep stuff, although I thought I'd caught up on my sleep schedule. I'm going to do my best to push through because we are probably going to be at the end of the Industries of Titan run. Well, like the playthrough, the session here that we did on Friday. So I've got my quality options. Everything's ready to go. I'm going to need to finish steeping my tea, and then I'm going to need to get a couple of other things dealt with partway through. But at the very least, we can watch a good movie. And if I need a second away from the screen, we'll work that out. I swear it's loading. There we go.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Still love watching that. Okay, so new update coming in 20 days, so that will sort of raise some questions in terms of what I can do with the game otherwise, but there will be an update to Phantom Brigade before too long, I suspect. So I'm not going to rush to finish this off, but I did want to wrap up a couple of the sessions that I had started. I think one of them I'll do as a YouTube series. This one we should be able to get through today. But what I'm going to do, I keep threatening to do this, and I'd like to just keep doing more and more of the different biographies and each of the codex entries. Basically, I'll make sure, that we take care of a couple each time we start. I might do a couple characters, maybe like a building or something like that. I don't have a good system for going through it. But let's start with Lyo Visk. Landfaller, position head of human assets, origin Earth. Biography. Smooth-talking Lyo is very experienced at running HR at Urban Ventures on Titan. He is chock full of the usual buzzwords and techniques keeping employees in line. He talks about work-life balance, but his idea of an optimal balance is questionable. He's reticent to talk about himself at work, which is probably for the best. Who wants to hear what a man like this does for fun? I have a feeling it's probably close to what I do for fun, but
Greetings,
I'm much
Founder.
nicer.
So glad to finally meet you. I'm Lyo Visk, your head of human assets. Everyone here in the human assets office has just been aching to get on a conference call with you. Our philosophy? Eliminate cost centers and build human efficiency. We transform people from a human resource into a monetary resource.
Zola Irala, which is actually a character I've definitely seen more than a few times, but I really actually haven't put a lot of time into this character, which is a shame because like I constantly build trucks. So, Landfaller, Chief Logistics Officer from Mars. Biography: Sola grew up playing Titan Conductor Simulator for hours every night. Logistics are a puzzle to be cracked, but trains and trucks aren't all they are obsessed with. They are fiercely loyal to the city and will bend over backwards to accommodate your wishes, no matter how unethical.
Hey Founder, I'm Sola Irala, your one and only Chief Logistics Officer. You call me if you want something or someone to go from point A to point B. I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen and moved it all. Vats of blood, live octopus bodies, an 8-foot statue of Einar Pyr herself once. And just give me some time to rig a vehicle together, and I'll get it moving.
All right. Have I really read the description? I don't think I've actually read all of these. So I'll do a handful of these really quickly. Actually, what I think I'll do is each time I see a locked, I'm going to read up to the locked and we'll move on from there. So, factory. The factory provides ample room for devices, and they can be connected to other factories for additional floor space. Some of the citizens may not like their habitat pods being on the factory floor. Noisy and smelly are the major complaints, but many are quite attached to their little pods. How you doing, Olaf? Speaking of things I'm attached to, I hope you're doing well. Barum Vect was the first corporation to think about commissioning asteroid mining companies to produce equipment for Titan. When Barum Vect was destroyed by a rival corp, the mining equipment patents were snatched up and are now available to everyone, as long as they can afford to build it. Some environmental extremists might say that the pollution cause is the true crime, but how else is a poor corp meant to enrich itself with resources? I'm actually feeling very foggy. It might be the sleep stuff, but I am taking a minute. I know I'm kind of pushing the limits of like a decent start tonight. So I wanted to at least get started. I've got a tea in front of me. I know that's a compromise, but it's the coffee tea. So I figure just a little bit of lore and a chance to sort of exchange with everyone is a nice little way to ramp up, because I think we actually have a rebel attack like starting right away, so I wanted to give myself a little bit of time to ease into it. Smokestack. The smokestack works to eliminate waste by burning it quickly. While it frees up a lot of storage space and stops your city from getting too grimy, it also releases a lot of toxic chemicals that can be extremely harmful to citizens. This is especially true if you place residential buildings nearby. Environment. Ruins. These ancient rotting ruins tell the story of a time before the Council, a time before the current civilization arrived. But sadly, no one can translate what any of it actually means yet, though many continue to try. Academic interest in the ruins has waned over the years, but the Council keep lining their pockets of those who continue their research. Empty plot. A rare occurrence on Titan, land with nothing more to give, but what it lacks in resources, it makes up for in pure possibility. Sounds like me. Mineral patch, extremely useful, especially in the early days. Mineral patches are a great way to enrich a new city. Mineral node. What's better than a few minerals? Piles of them. Mineral nodes provide the perfect plundering grounds for more resources. Isotope patch. Isotopes can be difficult to come by, so claiming isotope patches often gives new corporations the leg up. Isotope node. Even isotope patches can have fairly limited number of isotopes, so nodes are great for more consistent supply, especially as a corporation grows and needs more of them. Lakes. On another planet, the liquid in Titan's lakes, which cannot legally be referred to as water, I like that, would not be classified as drinkable, but the governing bodies on those planets are really overblowing the relatively minor side effects that come from consuming it. Just don't think too hard about all the pollutants corporations pour into there, and only think about how great the filtration systems are. Alright, the glossary. Zethane. Geologists have found that zethane did not always exist on Titan. In fact, it seems to have been introduced by the civilization that left the ruins behind. How it's produced, why it's now in such abundance, is a mystery beyond anyone's ken, as is the official pronunciation. But the bountifulness and use as fuel is the key to Titan's continued success, so most are just thankful for its existence. Conversion, a process that turns citizens into efficient and useful employees. There are some side effects, and not everyone is on board with conversion, but usually they change their minds after they've been through it themselves. The Council assures all who question that ethical problems posed by the process are greatly exaggerated. Artifacts. No one is quite sure what most of these artifacts are, but the Council likes to collect them for research purposes. They can also be used in the conversion process, making them useful indeed. They come in a variety of colors and shapes and sizes, each as mysterious as the last. So I believe there was blue and yellow artifacts, which I don't think we have seen in the game yet. But minerals, a common resource littered all over Titan's surface. However, with so many things requiring minerals, their abundance shouldn't be taken for granted. Common wisdom among young corporations is to stockpile a healthy number of them. Isotopes, a rare and fragile resource, but precious indeed. There are rumors that they let out a small amount of radiation, but the Council assures all corporations that employees who handle them that get sick were likely sickly to begin with. A mere coincidence is all it is. Credits. A digital, untraceable currency that allows money to change hands quickly throughout the solar system. Mars is the only colony that does not use it as a standard, and even they commonly accept it. Due to the currency's volatility, it is often recommended that those with considerable wealth invest their credits in more stable assets. Influence. A Titan-unique currency used by the Council for trade deals. While influence is a much more stable medium of exchange, the Council have been known to alter the value, though they rarely give their reasons for doing so. It is useful to stockpile nonetheless, and some asteroid belt mining companies even offer salaries and influence. The energy grid. The energy grid allows power to be spread throughout the city. As long as a building is within range, it can receive power. The energy is transmitted via pylons rather than requiring any wiring, thanks to the mysterious technology developed by Ewing Patel, an early Titan pioneer. And the space station. This low-orbit space station is operated by fleeters and contracted by the Council. Most ships aren't able to go from space to planet safely, so they handle the transfer of migrants down to the spaceport. Erland Fletch is the operator of the station, though fleeter hierarchy is a little different than most. Devices. And again, if I go down to locked here, this is going to take forever, so we'll just do a handful of these. Conversion capsules. Converting citizens into low-wage, always obedient employees is an unpleasant business, so thank goodness for conversion capsules, which do the dirty work for you. And you can even get your new employees to empty the waste produced in the process. Habitat pod. Nobody comes to Titan to live in a roomy penthouse apartment, which is good because normally all anyone gets is a habitat pod. Designed specifically to be uncomfortable, these tight twin pods ensure your citizens will want to get out of these things and work. Incidentally, I don't know if any of you know this, but like restaurants and cafes, if you are ordering furniture for them, there are seats that are designed for a specific sitting period. So, like, if you want sort of a kind of high turnover in terms of your tables in your cafe or something like that, you can get like a 15-minute seat, as opposed to one which is more intended to be for something, like an extended stay. And this would presumably be something where maybe you're hoping people are kind of continually ordering things or whatever. I've known this for years, but I find that utterly fascinating that the level of specialization that we have now is that you can pick seats on the basis of the amount of time that you want someone to spend in a place. Based on my actions, though, the seat that I'm currently in, I feel like it's a 5-minute seat. I constantly want to jump up and walk around with this thing. All right, monetization station. Ad companies often run research studies to find out what Titanite citizens want to feel more satisfied. The answer is somehow always more ads. It's hard to argue with the results, so give the people what they want and make money off of it. These little stations show non-stop ads for your citizens to watch, which earns them credits in return. Energy battery. A well-equipped city includes plentiful batteries because when the power goes out due to too many devices, you don't want your entire factory to grind to a halt. Energy generator. A most excellent device that transforms fuel into energy. Once inefficient and clunky, this process has been perfected over the years and now provides 100% transformation efficiency. Energy bridge. Energy, sadly, isn't magical and cannot penetrate reinforced concrete walls, so the energy bridge provides a conduit for energy to flow from the energy grid into your buildings. It's too complicated for most people to understand, but that's why corporations have power systems engineers. Energy relay. We'll go up to the fuel. Energy relays allow for the totally wireless transmission of energy to devices from nearby generators and batteries. Quite remarkable, really, and beats employees tripping over a sticky web of cables. Fuel fabricator. Where fuel turbines pull zethane out of the air outside, fuel fabricators convert the zethane that's gotten into buildings. There's a reason employees wear suits even inside of factories, and it's not for the fashion statement. And finally, the fuel tank. As the saying goes, only a fool lets their fuel go to waste, and the council doesn't fund fools. Fuel tanks are essential for any fuel that isn't being used, storing that fuel for later use. Alright, Landfaller Ships. We can do all of these here because we've only got a few. So, Goshawk DX-93. This small but reliable ship is a favorite among young corporations and packs a surprising punch. Harpagus AO-34. Taller crew members inside the Harpagus must remain crouched at all times due to the low overhead. Ceramas IK-333, originally designed by Triana Pin, who later became famous for being a key player in the destruction of a major rebel faction. And the Cathartes HG-5, originally envisioned to be a mining tunneling ship, Cathartes can take a good pummeling. And we've got a handful of rebel ships. I think we read most, if not all of these, so let's... I'll tell you what, I'm going to do one more thing here. We've had 15 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick second to see if I have something on charge, and I'd like to see if it's done. If it's not, I'll not let it hold me up, but I'm going to get up for just a quick second. Okay, sorry for the delay. Like I said, I'm a little foggy, so just being able to get up and like move a bit trying to keep myself on top of things. So, trade never sleeps. Titan citizens barely do either, thanks to the incessant roar of low atmosphere ship combat. Okay, so we did get past the rebels. So what I'm going to do here... excuse me. Do I really not have anything? Okay, an energy depot. That doesn't really... I mean, that'll give me something to build, but... What are my alternatives? Reinforcement pillar. The Heron. Yeah, I don't really need the new ships. Better defensive turrets is not bad. Okay, we'll work with that. I've really kind of put myself up against the wall as far as artifacts are concerned, but we'll deal with that now. I did want to blob out as much as I can, but it's clear that I need to win. If we continue on the current pace, the rebels are going to overwhelm me. So, I've got some Stellaris notes here I need to erase. So what I think I'm going to do here, I'm not going to write down the fuel notes, by the way. I've got a full table for those. So we're going to go for 1050 citizens. Which gives me 400 employed citizens. Okay. "20 inert ruins." Now this is going to be a little bit of a tricky one, but we know... Oh! Yeah, so that was a mistake for me to do that research. But we can make that up by claiming these artifacts. Okay, conversion centers. So I think my little expansion job is done. Okay, actually, yeah. So let me get back onto the... Okay, so 90 employees. Let's add 14 conversion centers. So 9 ships is also in line with my goal of pushing back the rebels. So that's going to imply... we've got 2, 4, 6, 8. So I need one more shipyard. And actually, more importantly, I need a place to put it. But that's... we'll worry about that later. So it just occurred to me there's a better way to do these science labs if I build them lengthwise like this. Okay. So sorry, I'm just going to get a couple of construction tasks down, and then we'll talk about how I'm going to win, basically. Starbright Night. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for a year of subscriptions. That is the end of the Raiders of the Lost Ark, so spoiler alert. How you doing? It is kind of it's a bit of a strange one to have for a sub message, I will admit. So I'm sure at some point I should probably figure out some alternatives, but there aren't any... there isn't anything obvious that sort of presented itself. I'm making so much money now. So, with that in mind, the high roller I think we can handle, so... Okay, so we're going to go for 1,050 citizens, 20 inert ruins, and 4,000 credits. We're going to go for 90 employees, 28 conversion centers, which means I need to build another 14. I'm a little surprised by that number, but... Oh, hang on. I've got... Okay, so we've got 14, so 15, 16... 17. Okay, so we'll be up to 17. In that case, we need 11 more. And I'm probably going to go for 9 ships. Whether or not I pull that off is another question. But it's definitely in line with my defense, so it's one that I should be working on. It's one I should be working on its own. Congratulations on subscribing. You've released chaos. Well, so what it sort of ties to is the hosting message, which doesn't really seem to come up anymore. I need to figure out what happened to Streamlabs. So that uses A Clockwork Orange. And if you've ever seen that film, it's when Alex is in the Ludovico device. So it's a guy who's sort of strapped into a machine with their eyes pried open, sort of implying that this may not be the best best use of one's time and attention. And then the following one is just sort of a variation on You. It uses American Beauty, and actually it's got Woody Allen for the voiceover. So in this case, considerably more controversial figures than when I had originally put that stuff down. But again, I haven't really changed any of this from when I first did it. So and then the donation one is a scene from The Killing, where the money that they steal sort of falls out of a suitcase and falls all over the place. Yep, it has been a long time. I think you've been playing a lot of Path of Exile, it looks like. But how on earth have you been? And you must have finished your studies since I last talked to you. Are you still streaming? I'll happily shout you out if you... Actually, I also should do that for Starbright Night. But for those of you who don't know Yip, Yip is somebody who I got to be sort of a moderator and just generally a hanger outer with when I first joined Twitch. And as I suppose tends to happen, either you shift in terms of communities or just generally, through no intention, I sort of lost track of him. I'm actually still in his Discord. But I haven't been talking as regularly. Mostly I don't have Slack or anything like that anymore. But it's great to see you again. And for those of you, yes, let me know if you're... I'm ashamed to admit I don't know if you're still streaming. I haven't seen you online, but that may not necessarily mean anything. So I'm happy to... Finished your studies, you have resumed them. It's been quite a few years. It's great to see you're still streaming. Well, I'm delighted that you thought to stop by and visit me. Have you ever heard of Industries of Titan? Because this is a fantastic game by Brace Yourself Games, the creators of Crypt of the Necrodancer, among other excellent titles. And do you mind if I ask what you're working on now in terms of school? Okay, sorry. I was also talking about goals. So we've got the 90 employees. I think I can... So you'll notice that I'm sort of moving towards these construction-oriented goals. This is just because I have a lot of resources and it shouldn't be that difficult for me to wind up building them. So the ships are actually going to be the one that's the hardest for me to construct. And in particular, it's going to be challenging to try and find the space for them. So I might try and build the shipyard in this little area, just because it's faster for me to actually clear out ruins than it is for me to clear out these patches. We have enough citizens, scientists, right? Okay. And then this is actually the harder one. So we either need the artifacts, we need the surveyed ruins. So I'll definitely go for the scientists, but I either need a lot of minerals or I need a lot of artifacts, both of which are, or surveying. So either of these are going to be kind of hard for me to handle. Although the surveying and the... I think the surveying and the acquisition of artifacts are going to be related at this point. So we're kind of already working on this. I'm clearing out the isotopes patch. I think this was so that I could pursue further ruins. We're also going to pursue further ruins here. And I may start sending some scout ships out to see where I can get my last few. But let's work. I think I'm just going to let the machine sort of run and do its thing for now so that we can get our... we'll get the wins that I need. Also, did the number of ships that I own go down by one? Okay, not enough space. So the thing we're worried about right now is the next rebel attack. So I want to get my ships repaired and sort of sent out as soon as possible. In the meantime, I should also be working on additional conversion centers and research labs. And the way this is going to work is that if there's one slot available, I'm going to put a conversion center in, and if there's 2 slots available, I'm going to put a lab in. This will eventually become 2, so we'll maybe leave that. You've decided to be a better programmer or developer, so you're enrolled in a boot camp for a full-stack engineer, software development. And so that's first of all, that sounds really cool. I am working, so I am one of those lucky ones to have found work in my field of study. So in addition to having studied economics, my job title is actually economist. But I must admit, I do not care that much for my employer. I definitely feel very underutilized, and so I've wound up taking on a lot of little side projects and just generally tried to... I'm trying to do things that are maybe a little bit more rewarding, if I can. But obviously, especially going through the pandemic, I had employment. I was, happy to have that. I definitely can't cry foul too loudly. I certainly had things better than others did. But I actually got some good news on a job application. I'm going to be doing a set of tests soon. Now, I do have a mixed track record on doing tests for work, so I should be maybe a little careful. I needed 11. We're down to 8. Sorry, just keeping track of the number of... Do I have coverage? Yes. 7. You might be able to cram some extra things in there, but again, I shouldn't be too pessimistic on my prospects. Oh, and you've got a good point, Starbite.
Looks like the newest tech has hit the fleet. We got monetization stations now. My dad checked him out. He's retired, looking for a little extra cash. And all I have to say is, yikes. Those ads are extremely unsafe for people with brain mods. Some of them are straight up hack attempts, and the rest are social engineering. I told my dad he needs to stay away from that stuff. He's got cranial implants, so he's more vulnerable to hacks. I said, hey, I'll pay you to stay home, just keep yourself safe. I'm worried a lot of fleeters are gonna check those stations out. Life is so boring up here. But boring is better than broke, my friend. And it's way better than dead.
So yeah, if rebels take over, they're no longer rebels. Well, the rebels tend to blow up my stuff. So we've already destroyed their bases, but I did go for sort of what is considered to be sort of the recommended or the default way to play, which is the waves come from other parts of the moon. So I've signed myself up for a bit of pain. I got to think a bit about how I'm going to handle my scientist situation. So we've got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I just want to make sure I'm right on that number first. Okay, yeah, we're 15. So this will bring us up to 18. So we've got the energy from this pylon, so we're good there. So 18, 21, 24. So I could take 27. Sorry, I'm just trying to make a choice here. Yeah, that's got coverage. Oh, speaking of coverage. Oh, I'm even covered there. Okay, that's got me a little something to work with. So again, I want all this stuff to kind of be built as soon as possible because of the rebel threat. And I should start thinking about maybe pulling back some employees from certain tasks to try and get the work that I need done a little faster. The problem is I'm trying to think, like, what can I afford to pull people back from? I've got sort of 3 floors, so I don't want to... Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep things running. I've got so many people dedicated to... Yeah, actually, you know what? We'll free up 4 for the waste. That'll be my compromise. Rest of this really is just about getting as many things built as possible before the next rebel wave. We're definitely going to have to deal with another rebel wave. That's not really in question. What is in question for me though is can I get myself into a better spot before before I have to pay the price, basically. So again, my goal here is just to get a bunch of these sort of conversion centers and research centers built. Okay, where was the science lab? Right here. So I don't need to have anybody actually using these stations until they're up to level 3. That's the same, like the conversion centers. I'm probably not actually going to make the. Sorry, I'm probably not actually going to make the employees out of them. It's just so I can have them. Well, that or we've got either spies or sensors. Oh, that's inconvenient. Oh, right. No, but we're working on that energy pylon, so. Okay. Let's go for any artifacts I can find first. Actually, no, sorry. Let's clear out these ruins. So the reason for clearing out the ruins is just so I can get that extra shipyard built as soon as I can. I'm probably gonna need to, I'm gonna need to build another pylon, but we can work with that. I'm also trying to look for things that I can do to try and like lower my my corporation value. It's a little tricky though, because I do actually need some of this stuff to be able to function properly. Okay, you are not quite at the level I need you to be yet, so we will give that one a priority now. Okay, so science labs are on their way. I'm just trying to think about upgrades. Looks like most of them are still at the base level. And do I have all my... Yes, I have all my trucks. So we should be generating truly appalling amounts of pollution at this point. So the citizen's dying. It's a shame, but we've got more. Okay, we're up to 75. I was hoping that we could at least build a couple more ships. So we've got... I definitely feel like I should have more ships in the air. Okay, so I have 6 ships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whereas the little one always goes missing. I'm specifically positioning them here so that they can sort of fuel up in between combat. Here it is. And part of their role here is really just going to be trying to hold back the rebel ships for as long as possible. Now, one thing that we're working on right now, I've got a bunch of upgrades and such going on. So, with these... basically, with these... The longer I spend not putting units inside of the turrets, the more workers I have to be able to do all of these upgrades. And then I can do things like bringing in the migrant ships and so on and so forth. But I'm playing a game of chicken with the threat meter, because we've definitely seen that this thing tends to jump up quite rapidly. And so there might be a rebel attack just before, you know, I'm ready for it. So I want to keep a bit of an eye on it. And it's funny you mentioned Total Annihilation. Now, I never got to play... Oh, wow. So that's the effect of the money that I'm making. We knocked it down from 85 to 73 just based on the credits. That's really interesting to see how much the credit situation is sort of savaging me. Oddly enough, one thing I could actually do to make this easier would be to turn off all the offices. I might even do that, actually. At least until we're, we're in a better place to push back the rebels. You know what? We'll turn those back on until we get the like all the buildings built. And we do have our residential areas built, so we can start bringing in some more migrant ships. But oh yeah, we're totally the bad guy here. Yeah, so sorry, you're talking about Total Annihilation. So there is sort of a real-time strategy element to this game. I would definitely say that this is much more of a sim. So this is something more along the lines of a, Dwarf Fortress or SimCity, those sorts of things. I think that's probably a better comparison in terms of what's going on. What I do think is kind of neat is you've got the macro level here, so the overall city that I'm building. But when you are building like factories, you also have sort of the same game at the micro level. So this is a factory that I've built, and this is all about sort of the extraction. Well, the extraction happens earlier, but this is all about the processing of the resource. Wait, did I never build the extra floors? Good lord, I'm a moron. I gotta get the isotope part out though, so. Oh, shame on this blueprint thing. You know what? I would rebuild this whole thing because it's using like minerals 2, where I want them to use like mineral 3. Sorry, 1 second. I think I'm just gonna have to live with it though. But yeah, so when you start the game, you actually start building factories, and then you move up to. Thank you. Then you move up to the city level, where things just are more expensive, but you also get more out of them. So the individual control, the combat's a little bit like FTL. But you also have sort of fixed defenses as well as movable defenses in the form of your ships. And yeah, to me, definitely the city building part is one of the bigger factors. But in this case, you play the founder of a city corp on Titan. So basically, Saturn's moon, Titan, it's got these artifacts that are found in the ruins, and essentially, there's this entity known as the Council, which is basically founding these city corps to. My view is that what they're doing is they are trying to get access to these artifacts. One of the ways that this is hinted at in the game is that when you trade, you'll notice that you can. So artifact influence is a currency. If you go to the codex, we actually just read that entry. A Titan unique currency used by the Council for trade deals. While influence is a much more stable medium of exchange, the Council have been known to alter the value, though they rarely give their reasons for doing so. It is useful to stockpile nonetheless, and some asteroid mining companies even offer salaries for influence. So in this case here, if you want to obtain territory, if you want to actually, like if I want to take this mineral or isotopes patch, I need to buy it from the Council using influence. So I get a certain amount per minute based on certain things that I've built. I mean, you can actually build sort of obelisks to the Council. So in this case, this is definitely sort of making lobbying and sort of patronage a game mechanic, which I love. But in this case here, yeah, it's essentially I'm the bad guy in a cyberpunk story, and the rebels are actually, I can tell you specifically who one of the rebels are, and we've met them. Bahar Karoba, faction rebels, position leader of the Cobra Rebels, origin Titan, biography. Brought up by the founders of the small but successful Karoba Solutions, Bahar witnessed how Titan's corporations treated its employees. When they spoke out about it, their parents tried to have them converted. That was enough to push them towards the rebel cause. They were educated to take over the family business, and now they use that knowledge against the corporations of Titan and the Council itself. So, what is conversion? A process that turns citizens into efficient and useful employees. There are some side effects, and not everyone is on board with conversion, but they usually change their minds after they've been through it themselves. The Council assures all who question the ethical problems posed by the process are greatly exaggerated. And you can learn a little bit more about it from the devices. So we've got the conversion capsule. Converting citizens into low-wage, always obedient employees is an unpleasant business. So thank goodness for conversion capsules, which do the dirty work for you. And you can even get your new employees to empty the waste produced in the process. And then on top of that, we've got buildings. We have the conversion center. The conversion capsules are handy, but they are limited in how many employees you can convert at any one time. With the conversion center, you can convert much more efficiently. So, I just call it a good day's work, but some people seem to suggest that I'm an unkind individual playing this game. There was a, I'm trying to remember where I heard this story, but there was a neat little story of Tom Francis talking about a game which I think was trying to establish how horrible it is to work in a sweatshop. And I think one of the challenges he mentioned, again, I do feel a little bad using his name in this because I might be misrepresenting sort of his point of view on this, but basically the game would kind of create a number of these economic pressures for you to sort of like lower the wages or like increase the working hours or whatever. And his reaction to that was, oh, I got an achievement, Bustling City. Let's take a look and see what that... Have 1,000 citizens alive at the same time. Excellent. So basically, he had, I think he sort of said, like, his reaction to that was sort of like, yeah, I know sweatshops are bad, but, like, you don't know what I'm up against here. Like, the suppliers are like pushing down my margins. Like, like I got to keep this thing running. So, like, because you're playing the game and because you're trying to optimize for a certain outcome, I think this game had unintentionally created this tremendous sympathy for the sweatshop. Which was likely not the intention of the developer at the time. And I do think that's kind of fun. Like, for me, I think this game has got, like, I think the writing is very good. And I think it's got a pretty good sense of itself. So I think this game has definitely allowed me to be horrible, but, to hopefully be horrible in a charming way. So, when I say stuff like, breathing is a privilege, not a right, or like when I go in and buy unnecessary trucks instead of paying my employees because it raises the overall value of my corporation, like, I'm kind of twisting the mustache, laughing all the way, kind of knowing full well that everybody finds this horrible and that, this is not necessarily how I think the world ought to be run. And I don't think the game is secretly saying that, yes, the world would be wonderful if we just removed all the regulations from everything. But on the other hand, too, like, I actually kind of like the fact that this game doesn't come out, like, and hit you with the metaphor. Like, at no point does the game sort of say, when I build my, 20th conversion center and I take a citizen who, is just trying to, send some money back home and is undergoing the process of conversion, like, there's no video feed that kind of comes up and starts screaming, "Oh, how dare you! You're ruining more lives!" It's just one of these things where, you're the head of it. You don't need to deal with the business. That's what you've got employees for, right? They're the ones, you convert them so they can clean up their own waste. Although I do also think that I sometimes come away with different perspectives from some of the stuff that happens in the game as well. So it could be that I have a very pro-capitalist view of how the world of Titan works. That's maybe not intended. So this time I gotta get rid of the mineral inputs. Up to 86. Yeah, I mean, like, Grand Theft. I've been playing Grand Theft Auto 5 again lately. I think that's a great game, but like, I don't think anybody secretly admires Trevor. Like, it's a chance for you to play a character who is, like, basically designed for the mechanics of the game. Basically, like like a person like Trevor, you would never ever want to meet. But in the context of a Grand Theft Auto game, it's like the perfect character to play because you are allowed to do all of the things that are fun in that game. Yeah, I agree too. Yeah, like I mean, in the end, like I don't necessarily want. I like a game to have a point of view. I really like that, right? It's just the same way as like when you're reading something. Generally, you would like the author of a short story or a, or a novel or whatever, or a good essay. This I think just comes down to good writing. You want it to be about something. You want to know like what this person thinks or believes, or there's a few different ways that you can kind of articulate it, but in the end, there's a lot of, I've been noticing this more often, like the more kind of magazine articles I've been reading, there've been a few where it's sort of like, I'm not entirely sure why this thing was written. Like, I'm not entirely sure what their point of view is. And, that's maybe not the only standard that you'd hold stuff to, but it's, the journey wasn't particularly fun to go on either. So I'm sort of like, I'm not entirely sure why this article exists, I guess, is what it comes down to. So, like I would happily listen to, I'd happily play a game from someone with incredibly strong political beliefs, like the exact opposite of what I hold. Like, I'm certainly, like, I don't have a picture of Milton Friedman under my pillow, that I'm whispering sweet nothings to, before I go to sleep tonight. So it's not like, the politics of Industries of Titan are really that far off what I might sort of believe myself. I just don't think that, I do not require, ideological purity on the part of the games that I play. But with that in mind, while I do like strong points of view in most of the things that I interact with, again, that could be in writing, that could be in, motion pictures, that could be in games, I don't necessarily like being, like, preached at. I don't think anybody really does. It generally, and particularly for games, you are the author of the experience. You have a really big role to play in terms of how everything sort of turns out. So with that in mind, I like it when, I like it when the game, or when a game will give me enough to think about and give me enough to sort of respond to, but then it's nice enough to sort of get out of the way and leave me to sort of make my own judgments about what's going on. So, like, I'd put it to you this way. The world as depicted by Titan, Industries of Titan, is one that I would not want to live in. But I also like the fact that it decided not to necessarily show everything, like everything is just constantly miserable and that there's no redeeming qualities whatsoever. There's really impressive stuff that's being done on Titan, right? We've colonized a moon and we've colonized Mars, and there's technology that's being developed to do certain things that are really helpful. But of course, they're being turned towards these really terrible ends. And there's obviously, a very uneven distribution of sort of power and wealth, which I think we're uncomfortable with. So, it's a very cyberpunk game, but it's a very cyberpunk game in the, it's not a neon-drenched theme park to just sort of run around and blow everyone away with. In this case, this is a lot more about sort of the other concerns. I'd also just point out that this is a game from a developer which, had a major success in the form of Crypta the Necrodancer, and has since wound up acquiring a number of small developers and is continuing to expand. And so in the end here, I think this is just a confession that Brace Yourself Games is on its way to becoming a megacorp. And, when we're all working, for them as the only company that's left in the world, we can look back and basically see the foundations of our future world in this game. I would have put a conversion center here in this empty plot, but I don't have power. I think I'm going to have to do the call to arms. We're at 94%, so probably better for me to admit that we're going to need... So you're going to hear these device complete prompts for a bit, just because I've been building out Mineral City and the isotope place. Actually, the other thing I'm going to do, because I've got some more red artifacts. So I'm just going to write down a note. Oh, got a victory. So just before I go too far down this path, I'd like to take a look at my wage costs. So we're currently at 43,330 with 143 employees. Actually, this is one for those of you that like participating in chat. I know I've been kind of just trying to hold the rebels at bay for as long as I can, but we are going to have some combat to deal with. Does anybody have some favorite cyberpunk stories or settings that they enjoy and would like to share with the class? Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to convert. I'm going to need to convert people for the ships that I'm building anyway. But I'd like a bit of an idea in terms of what I can afford in terms of employees.
It's my personal mission to ensure mine is the last face you see before perishing, Founder.
See, such violence. So I actually really, this is one of the older cyberpunk stories, but I actually really enjoyed Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash. I think that's a very entertaining book without necessarily like, so it spins a good yarn while also definitely having some heavier or more thoughtful material inside of it. And I generally tend to like stuff like that. So I'm just going to set ourselves up with our usual routine of focusing on the weapons. There are some shields. So this is actually one of the more minor ships that I'm going after. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one beam attacking the shields in the middle. I definitely want people working on the offensive capabilities, but I'm also going to hit the med bays. This probably won't do anything for starters, but as people start moving through them, we've got nice long lasers, so it can go through. But yeah, I also liked Neuromancer originally, but let's hear what Sierra has to say first.
Founder, have you considered that your waste management officer is a bit of a loose cannon? He was in my office last week, saying we should start filling ruins with waste. That's not workable. You cannot suspend millions of liters of toxic sludge 50 stories above the surface of the moon. These ruins will buckle under the weight, and then it will start raining sludge. Vern has some ideas, that's for sure. Ideas. That's all I'll say. They are certainly thoughts that come out of his head. You know, he's worked for quite a lot of these startup cities in the past. All of them have failed. Think about it, Founder. Good business leaders surround themselves with successful people.
So this is something that just got added in the new update. So for those of you who don't know, this game is actually in early access, but this is a reflection of the new update. And I'm actually really liking how all of your employees are starting to sort of snipe at each other in the background. Okay, there's a lot of shields protecting these, so I'm probably going to have a lot of damage on this ship. It might be wise to try and bring them closer to the turrets. Let's see what we can get away with, though. And let's also see if there's any more ships coming after us. Okay, I'm actually going to move this ship back a little bit. Because right now... Oh no, there's a new one. Oh god, that's a lot. That's a lot of Gatling guns. How many factions do you have to contend with outside the Rebels? Right now, it's just the Rebels, but there will be other corporations. I believe that's actually the first version of that is coming in the next update. Rival corporations, and I believe there are other. Sorry, I believe the plans are for there to be multiple corporation types as well. Right now, we're just playing the Landfallers, who are the hyper-capitalists. Okay, so it says Science Lab 4. Is that... This is a little funny just because I'm trying to see... Oh, they stopped and attacked here. Okay. So that's not in turret range, I don't think. Oh, no, it is. Okay, so the Drunken Lion can come back in. Forgotten Beast is going to go after the Penance. I think we're already... Yep, we're already working on their... ships here, although again it would be nice if we could try and focus on the... And then I think the Solar Clipper's currently unattended, so let's... Let's also just make sure the Drunken Lion's set up properly. I definitely think this is going to be one of the harder fights that we have, so I'm glad that we've got a turret helping out here. Priority number 1 is to make sure we don't lose any buildings. Priority number 2 is to make sure that we don't lose any ships. We can always rebuild ships if it really comes down to that. We can also rebuild buildings, but generally those buildings are the things that allow me to sort of, you know, get the materials I need to build new ships and such, so... Yeah, no problem. Yep. Sorry, I'm a little more spacey tonight than I normally like to be, just because I'm feeling tired. Okay, so we're getting some nice chip damage on the Solar Clipper, which is good, because I seem to recall the Solar Clipper is definitely a very fearsome ship. And I believe the Bold Kivik is not actually the strongest ship in my fleet. Although looking at the Solar Clipper here, this doesn't seem to be all that frightening of a layout. Either way, though, the sooner that we can pull some, you know, like, so the Nomad Alliance actually seems to be the one that's really causing us some problems on our existing ships. So the sooner that I can rotate some ships out, get some people healed and worked on. What I might do in future is try to come up with some alternative strategies. And also, oh, we've already lost an employee, drat. I also need to work out my mineral strategy. I'm a little late in doing this, but... Okay, I don't know which employee died. I guess we can audit the different ships. Okay. So we should have some left over for the ship, but it is the Drunken Lion, which is currently fighting one of the Nomad Alliance ships. So I'm definitely going to need to keep an eye on that situation. Also, we're still at 143 workers. Sorry, I'm in like absolute darkness here, so when I write something on my tablet and it goes off, it's actually really hard to find. So okay, so once we get the conversion in, I want to see what an individual employee is going to cost each time. Okay, we just started the conversion complete sound, so based on these numbers, we can actually afford quite a few more employees. If 144 goes up to... You know what, I'm just going to write this slightly more like a spreadsheet. So let's keep churning out. I'm gonna go for 3 more. Okay, we'll get this command center upgraded. We are eventually gonna need to put down an energy pylon, but we've got other priorities right now. And what I'm going to do with the Drunken Lion is I'm going to pull them out of the fight. I'm going to get them repairing in the shipyard, and we're going to take the Bold Kivik to switch on to this new Nomad Alliance. There's going to be another story like that with the Under Anthe. But again, we gotta deal with the rebels we currently have on our plate. I suspect that happened on the Drunken Lion. No. Okay. So I'm actually going to add another new employee to the queue. They are actually going to basically take out all of my workers. So let's get to the shipyard as soon as possible and try and help with the losses. Okay. So Drunken Lion goes to the shipyard. Bold Kivik. I'll get them in position, but we're gonna hold back for a little bit. Oh, Jesus, we got a fire. Ah, more death. I'm assuming that's probably the losses from the... I'm assuming those are the losses from the life support. Oh, you gotta get in there. Okay, good. These things are so fearsome. I do want to try a Gatling ship of my own just so I have a better understanding of how these things work, but I am definitely going to need to study these things and understand how to take them out better. Actually, maybe now... Okay, so I'm not necessarily going to try and develop a full strategy on this, but like trying to go straight for the weapons isn't necessarily going to carry the day for me. The other way you might want to take these things out is through power. So I guess... Oh, okay. Actually, I definitely see how I would handle this ship under normal circumstances. This thing doesn't have batteries. So if you kill its fuel generation... So there's so here's the weak points. If you take out the energy generators, you can't power... life support or the guns. If you take out the fuel, you can't power the energy generators and you wind up in the same sort of failure. And then if you... I guess you could try and target the relays, but that's a little bit harder, I think. So I'm not 100% sure if this relay sort of tickles the edge of this generator. So my preference would definitely be to go for the fuel. The big question, though, is I don't know whether or not taking out this fuel fabricator and this fuel fabricator would be sufficient to, like, if I can dedicate, like, one beam to it or not. So we'll maybe give that, we'll give that a try in future. But I think going for the Gatling guns is something of a risky strategy. We should try and get some bodies into this ship as soon as possible as well. Nope, can't. Ugh. Please tell me that wasn't... And we're out of artifacts again. Meanwhile, the fire rages. I don't think we have the employees to handle all this. Yeah, we've got 13 free right now. So, this might be a little too late, but it's 7.8k credits, so it's not that expensive for me. We'll burrow the city. That's mostly to just try and help with the fire, although that may not save us. I just add another conversion, so at 145 the cost is 45,711. I should probably be calculating the delta as well, but... So that's 1,176. That other one was 1,000. It was 44,506 to 45,711, so that's 1,205. So I'm pretty sure this road is lost. I'm hoping it's not, but I just don't see a way that, like, we don't have anybody repairing it, so. Okay, I think all my shipyards are occupied with repairs right now. So this one's just going to have to hang out for a bit. But we're in okay shape, all told. Other than the fire. Oh, we saved the road just in time. Music to my ears. 147. Oh, okay, I missed one. So 147, and we're up to 48, 214. So I clearly can afford a lot more employees than I thought I could. That rain's gonna help us.
This loss is a lesson, and when I am victorious, I will remember it.
Okay, so we clearly have a lot of repairing to do. But we are going to take the opportunity. So one thing I've definitely learned is to get those employee numbers up as quickly as I possibly can. I really hope I got the right number of employees for this. Yes, I did. And we're back to 145. So when I hear the next conversion, that will be helpful. Let's just make sure that we've got the employees before I... Nope, we need to add another one. Okay, so Energy Depot research is complete. I don't think we have access to anything else in the tech web right now. I would need... I believe I need... Nope, that's wrong. We can get the Council Hall storage. But at this point, we're going to need to start paying artifacts for more of these. And the fact of the matter is I just have other uses for those artifacts right now. We're definitely very, very short on them. But it's clear that I can sustain a much larger workforce than I actually do. I'd been holding back on my workforce, thinking that it would be ruinously expensive. But it's obvious here that we can afford considerably more. And I should be taking advantage of that. It would be nice, incidentally, so just to give you an idea of my goals, so it would be nice to get up to that 40,000 credits before going too far down the employee path. It's probably easier to maintain 400,000 than it is to obtain 400,000. But I think that's probably going to be more of a reflection of how much time it takes me to get all these, get all these ruins explored anyway. Now, let's get a... We'll claim this isotopes patch so we can get a energy pylon down. And then this doesn't seem to be a bad spot for another base, so maybe we'll take care of those mineral patches as well. I am also going to do something, so I don't know if this is part of the queue or not, but I'm going to prioritize the demolishing of these conversion centers just so I can get that priority out of the way. Did I need a record for 146? I did, so that's 46, 947. Okay, so going from 45, 711 to 46, 71, so that's 1,263. And moving up one more time, we've got 7. I don't think that's right. 1,267. So these numbers seem a little strange. So the rate, so it's like obviously it's definite, the rate at which the wages grow is increasing. But when I'm just taking a look, like, so each from 143 to 144, the increase in wages is about 1,000 for like the next employee. So like, or I'm sorry, this is the employee daily salary. So the cost, like the cost of the additional employee is about 1,000. So we go 1176 to 1205. So that's moving from 144 to 145. So there we're looking at 129 or something like that. Then from 205 to 236. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, no, sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so that's 20. Okay, so it goes up by 29. Then it goes up by 31. And then 1236 to 1267, it's going up by 31. Okay, so with that in mind, we're going to have a really, really large increase in terms of the number of employees. But let's go conservative. Let's say that we're spending about 1,500 per new employee. At the rate at which we're making money right now. So I should just double check. How are we for storage? So we can have about 10 more people. So I don't know. I feel that's close enough to sort of full employment, and I should probably allow for a little bit of variation just in case, just in case something happens. So let's say that we can consistently make that kind of money. So I'm going to bring up a calculator just because, like I said, I'm fuzzy and it'd be good to actually do some real calculations on this. So 163. So at 163,254, we're already paying 46,947. So again, this is kind of a back of the napkin estimate here, but let's say it's 1,500 per employee. So we can apparently put in 77 more employees. Now that's admitted. So the thing about this is that's kind of like a break-even number, right? So that also means that we're not maybe making that much money, all told. But it's really clear here that I need to be making as many employees as I can get artifacts for, and the fact that I held back on them for so long is probably a big mistake. So of course now from here, the goal is like I want my employees to be employed. So ideally I want them working on things like getting this command center built so that I can explore the ruins. I want them building these ships. Ideally we'll have brand new ships to take on the rebels with for the next turn. These repairs definitely need to happen. So like there's a lot that needs to happen between now and the next turn. Jesus, we only have 11 free ones. I'm actually willing to, I think I'm going to shut down these science labs. So obviously I've got a goal for high employment in the science labs, but I don't actually need that right now. Ah, here we go. Okay, so some of this demolition's happening. That's good. So this is just trying to get that number of individual conversion centers up. I'm shutting down the research centers not because I don't like research, but just I want to have as many bodies as I can working on my other priorities. Then I can reopen those. I can reopen those labs. And of course, the big priority for me right now is to get the repairs. That would be both for the infrastructure and for the ships taken care of. It's definitely my wish that this thing gets built as soon as possible, but I understand why I need to wait. You need to repair. You apparently are ready to go. Is that true? Yep. Okay, this is good. Command center's on its way up. So we're starting to digest all of this work that I gave people. This is encouraging. But of course, we have the next batch of rebels waiting around the corner. So. The real question is, did we get any closer to our objectives in between the rebel attacks? Because they're only going to get stronger. Okay, so big opportunity here. So the first priority on this is to simply explore all of these. The exploration's important because that is actually in line with one of my objectives. The next priority here is anything with artifacts needs to be converted into those artifacts. The exception would be the obsidian ruins because they're just so valuable in terms of their minerals and isotopes. But beyond that, we're really wanting to turn ruins into artifacts, and we want to obtain as many artifacts as we can. That's encouraging. Well, it was encouraging, and then I saw that it wasn't actually repaired. So I'm going to take a quick nibble of my... Doesn't really count as dinner, but it's tasty. I may want to consider, where I branch out to. This would be a nice source of artifacts. So there is something of an argument for trying to expand out here. I'm probably going to have to make a decision between this spot or this spot, though. Actually... No, you know what? I bet if we put a command center here, we'd be able to work it out. Where was that minerals patch? One thing I think would be really helpful is if you were able to click on those events and it would point you to the one that was depleted. Because right now, the only reason why I would be working on minerals patches is to make space for something else. And I'll admit, because I made a lot of these decisions earlier on, it's hard for me to keep track. It's like, for instance, we've got an empty plot here. Now, I know I don't have energy. But what else? Oh, maybe no, because there would be minerals here if it was a mineral plot. It wasn't this one because I already saw the message for it. Yeah, I'll leave it as a mystery. Either way, though, this one's ready to go, and I guess both of them hopefully are ready to go. So I suppose that's a nice little minor goal of the ships are ready for the next rebel wave. Although again, the next rebel wave is pretty soon. So
Hello, Founder. I'm pleased to see how the city is progressing. You are putting all those minerals to good use. As you may know, Titan is much richer in resources than most planets. Earth likes to brag, but water isn't everything. Even the atmosphere on Titan can be burned for fuel. Let's see Earth do better than that. My sister, she left Titan for Earth. Gave up the Council family for water. I mean, I respect her decision. She's an adult. But Titan is building the future. Many younger people in the Council family are starting to say, "Oh, Titan is gross. It's gross here." Of course, the wealthiest place in the system is a little gross. You don't make money by staying clean. To get rich, you have to be where things are changing the fastest. And that's definitely not Earth.
Show Me the Money 3 is completed, so that is earn 2,500,000 credits. That has to be over multiple playthroughs. Sorry, you probably can hear me eating. I apologize for that. But yeah, so like here when it says isotopes patch depleted, no, it's this one probably. But just being able to see like the one that it's referring to would be kind of helpful in my opinion. So stick this pylon down. We're gonna need to upgrade it, but it's just to kind of give a leg up on this command center. Well, that's encouraging. Where's the science lab? Yeah, so there's less reason for me to go exploring, you know, in this area just because the number of ruins is relatively small. So at this point, I'm just going to need to wait for my employees to finish exploring out these areas. We are still going to take advantage of this command center once it gets built. It's probably going to take a while, though. And I'm hoping we wind up with a new ship. This has kind of been at 9 of 20 for a while. But then again, we don't have that many free employees, it turns out. Picard. Nice. So I'm saving up the influence here, basically because actually let's prioritize this one. I want to try and get these artifact patches. I'll claim this ruins not because I really want it, but just because it's relatively cheap. So I want to prioritize this ruins first because that's going to give me an artifact. I can turn those artifacts into more employees. Moving from there, we'll hopefully have some bodies to work these surveys. It'd actually be kind of, you know what, I shouldn't be doing this, but I am going to do one dedicated surveyor. Okay, and we're also ready to put down our new shipyard. So that should give us 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Wow, okay. Actually, I have more ships than I'm supposed to, but I'm not going to complain about that. I'm happy to have a bigger fleet than necessary, just because of the struggle with the rebels lately. So again, we actually need to have the employees to build all this stuff. Actually, I'm going to do something kind of crazy. I'm going to turn off Mineral City and Isotope Village. So all of those employees I'll just remember it was 3 each. So all these employees are now going to be dedicated to doing the stuff that I've kind of ordered. Now I'm not going to get them, I'm not going to build anything new. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to process what I've already requested. Then we'll see where we're sitting. And we can, actually, I'm even going to turn off the mineral extract. It's a complete shutdown of all production and refining. We're going to do all of the work requests we had originally. Yeah, 73. Okay, that's definitely going to that's definitely going to help us with our with our speed. It's almost like Disneyland. Come visit Mineral City and after that buy some gifts in Isotope Village. I'm not creative in my my naming. Sorry, there is one exception. I am going to build that command center. So if we start getting to the limit of my influence, like if we get close to 300, I will start dumping that influence into some other things. But right now what I want to do is just try and get access to these artifact patches. I could, of course, in theory, be turning off some of these energy... Actually, you know what? Why not turn off some of the energy plants as well? Gets us more more employees to do work. So we can maintain. And then, can I afford to turn off a fuel turbine? Looks like I can. So obviously we're going to want to turn everything back on, but this is, again, just an opportunity for me to try and have as many workers going to go through the existing the existing jobs, and then we can reassign when the time comes. As you can see, there's a lot going on in construction, so I'm sort of happy to have them. I'm sort of happy to have them redirected to what needs to be done. Okay, so if there's artifacts, I'm gonna claim them. Oh, I should have taken the 7. Oh well. I'm also looking for one more inert ruin to be able to get that that objective. But again, that's not as important. Like, I really just need to activate that before I claim victory, and I'm happy, so. Okay, looks like they're building the shipyard. In fact, I'm going to make this command center a priority and this extraction a priority, just so that we can work on those patches. Oh yeah, no, I totally named them that. Well, I was debating too. So originally I was going to name, like, I was going to go from like Hamlet, Village, City or something like that. I was going to try and rename them as they kept growing, but I wound up with just too many other tasks that I was working on. I sort of lost the plot. Name them like Greenland and Iceland, and name the isotope factory the mineral, name the isotope factory mineral village or something. That definitely sounds like a very me move. Doing quite well on the waste as well, but I suspect this might be partly a function of shutting down production. We'll get it back up, but number one, it's actually really neat to see all this stuff running around. And then two, I would like to try and sort of just get some of the job list done. Like I said, we made a decision. I saw like basically a big jump in my employee costs. So there was a while when I wouldn't do anything to improve them. I built an energy pylon I probably needed. Okay, yeah, here. Wait, no, that's not the one I was thinking of. Okay, there's obviously stuff that I wanted to have happen that's happened, but I don't remember asking for it. I sort of lied about the new stuff. Like, if it's going to be something that was already a goal for me, like combining or connecting or upgrading science buildings, I do kind of want that to still happen. So that's not like a strict rule that I'm applying, but it is... it's something I want to keep in mind just because I've turned off all my production. And again, I have a little bit of a job ahead of me just to keep track of all this stuff that I'm building. Okay. So the question is to whether or not I can defend these things, but we will activate it. You haven't been pinging a spam bot in the past 5 hours. They put a lot of effort into making a conversation. Too bad you reply with bananas and potatoes, so it's obvious it's a bot. That's a good way of doing it, actually. I don't actually get that much spam. So, like, this was a tricky one for me way back when, excuse me. Way back when the Epic Store first came out, there was someone who was like, so, you know, again, everybody's like, I just don't like the Epic Store. And I'm like, you know, I'm not saying you have to love it, you know, live and let live and all of that. But this one person was really insistent that they were being constantly spammed. And, you know, for me, that's a hard one to deal with because that's not my experience of the storefront. But I can't just turn around and tell someone, oh no, that thing you're experiencing is not something you're experiencing. And, you know, I don't really know, like, I don't get a lot of it on Twitter, or I don't get a lot of it on, like, LinkedIn or any other social media. So, you know, it could just be that I'm quite lucky, or maybe I just don't pay as close attention to it. Oh, we're going to have to turn everything back on. But yeah, for whatever reason, like, I know, like, obviously I see bots and I identify them, and every once in a while, you know, one will show up here. And it's just a question of sort of banning and moving on. But sort of based on the I mean, again, I find it helpful to sort of take people at their word. So if they're saying, you know, I don't like the Epic Store because of, you know, I'm getting more spam accounts than I am getting from anywhere else, I'm going to take them at their word that is in fact the reason they are stating that dislike, as opposed to some other reasoning, which they just don't want to say. Like, there's totally people doing that, but it's just not very helpful, you know, for the purposes of a conversation, to assume that, you know, the person you're interacting with is being dishonest. Like, at that point, probably just stop having the conversation with them if it's gotten that bad. But yeah, I don't know. I keep hearing these stories of spam bots, and I'm feeling kind of left out. I guess I'm not that important. So I think I've got the inert ruins sort of claimed. Yeah, we'll get the last one. Again, the really scary point will be if we lose any of them. But
I hate to distract you from the all-important work of subjugating your citizens, but I've come to end your reign of terror.
I was not prepared. This is definitely a time when I want to keep very, very close tabs on where the enemy ships are. Okay, so we're going to try the new approach on the Nomad Alliance here. It's got shields this time. So seeing those numbers move up, it's a little scary. Ruin Rouser. Okay, that's actually pretty encouraging. I think that was the Nope, not Surveyor. 20 activated inert ruins. Hey, thank you very much for the bits. Is that Blowfart? Thank you. It keeps trying to get you to go to a site which has changed many times, so you think even it is confused as to where it's supposed to send people. The link is different domains every time. It's amusing, perhaps, so if someone clicks, they know how far into the fake conversation it took. I don't know. That's possible. Or it could just be like a host of different locations, just to like basically to make it so that they can't recognize a particular location and then just ban the conversation on that basis. Okay, I'm gotta make my move on the other ships. Okay, looks like we've already lost an employee. Ooh, yeah. So that attempt to take out the fuel really didn't work. The big dilemma I have right now is just to see if there's any way that I can I don't quite know what the range on the relays are. I think this might be... So the one challenge I have is I don't know how much damage it takes to take out the generators. Let's see if we have a little more luck with this one, though. Okay, we just completely shut them down. That's the way we beat these guys. They can be killed. They can be beaten. Okay, so again, these things aren't packing batteries, so as soon as you take their power away, they're done for. And we will adjust our approach accordingly. Drunken Lion. I'm actually going to send them out to take on the Nomad Alliance. Okay, and Bold Kivik. We're going to move on to the Solar Clipper. Gone in a little bit better prepared. So yeah, that's just a thing of beauty.
Hey, Founder. Been feeling a little tired up here. I love the job, but it's kind of a grind. Had a fight with my dad today. He doesn't think I should be heading down to Titan anytime soon. My great-grandparents fled Titan. How much fleeter history have you heard? 90 years ago, a lot of the pilots on Titan went on strike. They made a play for the government, too. But the Council struck back and beat them. So the pilots took their ships and escaped into orbit. And they became the fleet. We've been living up here for almost 100 years. My grandpa's ship is a school now. We have history here. So I kind of agree with my dad. Titan is messed up, but I still want to visit someday, you know, temporarily. Maybe we could hang out, take a walk. You could show me some of the mod shops in your city. If things go my way, it won't be long now. Have a good one, Founder.
So this one's a little bit easier for me to handle here because they don't have any shields protecting the weapons. And if I want to try and take out the generators, there's batteries that I need to contend with as well. So in this case here, going for the weapon systems makes a little more sense than in those other cases. So I got to try and get these guys back into the fight as soon as I can. Meanwhile, this has slowly been burning. Now, if I want, I can send the scout vessel to try and take on the... I've got one sort of unaccounted for rebel ship. Also, I forgot to replace the conversion centers, so we're going to do that right now. I'll keep them in the area, and we'll see if we need to do anything about it. And I think I'm actually going to pull the ship back a little bit. We probably are doing a better job than the others, but let's see if we can get them in range of a turret. They're now being targeted by 2 defense turrets, so we should feel a little bit safer making our move. So I don't necessarily mind it when they attack defense turrets. They're reasonably, like, they're able to take a bit of a punch. Oh, we're gonna get ripped apart by this thing. And this has got batteries. Actually, this is kind of a. This one's a little scarier. Trying to find where these people are dying. Oh, that was an avoidable death. That's a real shame. Okay, so overall, I can't really complain with how this is going. We've lost a couple of employees, but in general, we're doing okay. And we're clearing out some of the rebels, so we should be able to reposition some of our ships. So I'm also trying to claim the artifacts as I get them. Oh, we're already out of goodies. Sorry, just taking a second here. Yeah, there's not a lot of surveying opportunities here, but we did get a couple of artifact patches we can claim, which is good. I think we probably need to start repairing at this point. Okay, this has got a full crew, so we're a little short on fuel, but the escape is the sort of thing we should be able to take out. Is the world map the size of Titan? I actually can't remember how many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It might be 64 by 64. I'm not 100% sure. I know people were asking about a bigger map, but this map, there's a lot to do here. It's deceptive in terms of how much is actually like in the game and what you can do. I'm really curious what the Nomad Alliance is attacking. It's clearly not attacking anything. Okay, we've also built a new hull. So this is going to be a mixed blessing. In one sense, I'm going to have a new ship that's, ready to go, and we'll start messing with the rebels. But this is also going to put a big strain on my employees. So we're going to do starved fuel already. I am actually going to try with some Gatling guns, but for now, I'd like to work with what I've already got. You forgot which game it is, but there is a game where you colonize a planet, and essentially it's a top-down view like this, and it has the whole planet. There's a couple like it. It isn't Paraspora that you're thinking of, is it? Too many employees dying. Stop that. Cool. This is one thing that I kind of like. So obviously on Friday we were feeling quite nervous about our prospects against the rebels. And you can sort of see now that we, because of the threat that the rebels present, we've been forced to fight them in a slightly more clever way. And I sort of like how the game has sort of forced me to think that way. Never played the game, just saw a few people play. Okay, yeah. I should take a look, because, I mean, I'm certainly not going to complain about having more games like this available to me. And I gained Political Powerhouse. I gotta figure out what that one is. Okay, High Roller, Ruin Rouser, Local Leader. Oh, interesting! Okay, so we can claim victory whenever we want. I thought I needed 3 in each branch. Well, I mean, we still have some time, right? I'm gonna see if I can achieve supreme victory and have 3 of each. So I'm going to need to find a new source of artifacts before too long. You don't want to win, you want to destroy. Exactly. This is called the Flaming Mongoose. I thought for a second it said Flaming Montage, and I'm like, I gotta know the story behind that. But Flaming Mongoose is still a pretty great name for a ship. What you are hearing is the sound of productivity. So we'll get the repairs in where we can. And hopefully we don't have too short of an interval between rebel attacks. What I'm hoping to do after these conversions and, you know, the ships are ready to take to the sky and such, I want to try and get my production back online. It's like Civilization when someone attacks you and they just start to lose and they offer peace. You're like, we just had peace. Then you attacked me, so now you must perish. Yeah, I am absolutely bloodthirsty in Civ when it comes to that. It's like, I think actually Civ 6 has specifically built it to try and get past that type of thinking. But like for me, it's like, nope, you gave a dirty look to one of my archers once, and I'm not stopping until I have everything that you like. If you had an explorer that like carved their initials on a tree, like I want that tree. I don't just want that tree, but like everything, all of the seeds that came from that tree, like that's mine too. You know, like there's no absolutely no quarter when somebody attacks me in that game. So it's I mean, it's silly, but like it is definitely a good way to play the game, because like the way like because the game only penalized you for the game only ever penalized you for being the initial aggressor. Like essentially what you want to do is you want to provoke the enemy as much as possible, so that you can just, quote, only defend yourself by utterly leveling their civilization. So it's a little bit like what we were talking about here for this game. Like I do like playing.
This isn't the last you'll see of me. You're just delaying your inevitable defeat.
I like playing the bad guy in this and like really go towards the what is optimizing my, you know, my return on investment. So that's kind of an example where, you know, a game like Civilization definitely encourages you to be a little bit more of a warmonger than you might normally expect for a game like that. Just because of the way the combat's set up. Man, look at that number. I mean, we can survive the attack, but it doesn't give us a whole lot of time to do anything else but fight. We're at 99 already? My God. Oh, that's going to count against my conversion center number.
I hurt you only to stop you from hurting our Titanians. If you stop converting, I'll stop fighting. You go first.
Rebel propaganda is so tiring, wouldn't you agree, Founder? Put a stop to it.
So we're not entirely prepared for this. This is a little silly. I think I'm willing to let them come closer to the City Corp. Just because I need a little more time to get my ships ready to go. Now, if they start threatening the ruins, that's a different question. But if they just go, if they just go attacking my my usual holdings, we'll let them tire themselves out a little bit first. I don't know where my little guy went. Oh, yeah. Okay. Probably shouldn't be moving them away from the fight, even though I do want to get them to get some fuel. Okay, so our work is never done. We're gonna build another Cathartes. I'm gonna turn the mineral suburb back on. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3 nomad alliances. I think this is the best position we're going to be able to fight the Nomad Alliance in, so... Oh! This is a very different design than what I'm accustomed to. So it's got 4 light lasers. Huh! I wonder if this will be enough. Either way, it's not going to do that much damage to me, so I can live with this. This one definitely needs to be stopped. Again, we're gonna wait for the ships to show up before we commit. We're in better shape than we were before. I don't think we have anything that. Oh, sorry, we have 1 under repair, but okay, this is gonna be inconvenient from a repair point of view, but otherwise we're okay. Let's make sure that this thing is. Huh. Okay. I wonder if the solar clippers are secretly the scary ones then. Okay, this will not do. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. That looks like a pretty fearsome ship there. Okay, what are we up against? No batteries, so they've got they got shields protecting the weaponry, but they've got single relays protecting their or transmitting their power. I think this is actually the weakest link here, but let's we'll keep the pressure up across the board. Actually, there's a small argument here, right? Because it looks like there's no way for them to get power. So where are these guys still getting their power from? Oh, yeah. they're probably getting their power from directly from the generators. But I'm still sticking with this strategy. Oh, it's the batteries. Okay. That's fine. I think I can accept 2 large lasers inconveniencing us. More importantly, that's going to kind of give this energy pylon some time to heal up. Okay, what else are we up against? Looks like a very similar ship, although this one... Like this one we just kind of fire along in a big straight line, and I think we're able to take out the weaponry. Okay, Flaming Mongoose is ready to deploy against the Nomad Alliance. Let's just make sure that they are set up for... Yep, they've got a full crew. Okay, so this is another novel design. Now this doesn't have any... Huh. I'm gonna guess... No, it still has batteries, but I wonder if it's as easy as this. We just got crushed, but I think we, in the long run, we should be able to take them on. The real thing I'm trying to preserve here are employees. If I can avoid losing too many employees, then we're golden. And eventually we're going to be able to claim these artifact patches. Turning the extractors back on. It says we've got 71 free employees. Now, we have a bunch of construction jobs still ready to go, so I don't quite want to turn these jobs back on yet. All right. It's probably the Flaming Mongoose that lost an employee. Yep. They were able to sort of neutralize us before we could cause them problems. So we'll just move back to the shipyard and repair. I don't know how similar they are because you've never played either, but the game you were thinking was RimWorld. Oh, okay. That's another Canadian game. So, I mean, RimWorld is definitely participating in the kind of simulation sort of game. I mean, it's a very different game. Like, RimWorld definitely has a bit more of a survival-ish kind of a bent. I'll admit, like, it seems like a game I should be really into, but I've actually not spent a lot of time with it yet. I've had a little difficulty, like, quite getting a good grip on the maybe the nuances of the game. Oh Jesus, that's a lot of people that just died. Ugh. Okay, we'll go for the 18 artifact patch first. This thing was ready to go a while ago, so let's get you up and running. How are we? Okay, we're out of tier 1 minerals, so this is the point where I actually really do need to start. I really do need to start getting my my industry back online. That's good. I mean, this is a tough story for me to tell just because I don't want to be unkind to the developer that said it, but there was an article that there was an article that a very well-established game developer had written, which was, I think, rightly question. So this is a tough one, right? You never want to tell someone who's really passionate about something, don't do this thing that you're passionate about. But it was, I thought, a fairly sober analysis on the number of games being released and sort of asking the question whether or not there were just simply too many games being produced relative to what the demand for games was. And it was sort of in the frame of, for the games that are not successful here, this represents sort of a waste of human effort that could have been put towards something very worthwhile. So the idea of, these games not being successful is, in this case, we're saying, okay, so clearly there weren't enough people interested in this particular title to be able to buy it, and so, in this case here, the time and effort that was put into it isn't necessarily paid back, and that's sort of what we're talking about when it comes to the wasted human effort. You can see
Wonderful work, Founder. It's good to see those rebels crushed.
You can hurt us, even destroy us, but you cannot kill our desire for freedom.
There is something to be said for sort of viewing game development as a kind of consumption. So in this case here, you're a hobbyist, you have no intention of ever seeing a return from the game. And that's, fine. Obviously, there's a whole thing. I mean, essentially, this game is kind of dealing with this, right? But yeah, in this case here, I actually think this is a worthwhile question to ask, right? Because in the end, it sort of deals with how we are spending our finite time on this world, and it's hard to say that games are extremely important, in the grand scheme of things. There are very few things that are actually important in the grand scheme of things. But they're also not completely irrelevant in my view. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, though, is that there was a game developer that I had seen, and I've actually played their games on this stream before, who really took that article very poorly. And they made a very big deal about how Steam is... it's too algorithm driven, and so if only they could get the appropriate attention from the algorithm, then their game would actually be successful, and so on and so forth. And the reason why I bring this up is that, as it happens, I have seen, possibly because I played that developer's games before, I have actually seen the game that they were referring to recommended to me multiple times by Steam. And so in this case, the idea that the algorithm is working against them, it's kind of hard to say that, because in this case, I've actually seen it sent to me multiple times, and I've actively chosen that I don't think this game is for me. Their other game, was all right. It's one that I I got something out of. But, I kind of had my reasons for not playing the follow-up. Just because somebody made a game you liked before doesn't necessarily mean that you're necessarily going to like everything that they did. Now, the problem is that, and I can go specifically into why the other game was not necessarily appealing, but the challenge is that I sort of know, and partly based on their response to that other article, but also just sort of the way I try not to let like personality stuff get in the way too much when I'm trying to pick a game. But I will admit there was a little something about the way that they'd conducted themselves on Twitter where I was like, I don't really feel like great about this. So, on the margin, it's sort of like, you know what, I can just sort of play something else. I can live without, without trying that particular one. But the thing is that the way that person's conducted themselves online, I sort of know that if I were to give them that honest accounting and saying that actually, Steam's done right by you, like you have actually gotten, from my perspective, you have been demonstrated to me far more than the author of this blog, or presented to me like by Steam. And there's other things that are kind of stopping you. And like you can see why that would be appealing to someone to believe that it's the algorithm, because of course you don't there's nothing for you to do to change in that case, right? It's Steam that has to change. Your games are perfect, and if only Steam would be nice and give you priority placement, you'd sell more games. So the challenge here is that I generally would like to see people do well. I would like there to be more games and more games that are successful, because the worst that happens to me in that situation is I just have to ignore more games. I get more variety. I'm never going to play all the games in existence. And nor should I expect myself to play every game in existence. Everybody's sort of able to make their own choices. I think that's an ideal situation. But again, like I didn't really have a way to convey that to the developer, because obviously, I don't want to be unkind to them, right? And I sort of know that if I just say to them, it's like, look, I've been shown your game multiple times and I haven't played it. Nobody really wants to hear that, and especially because that particular blog had gotten them really offended and kind of mean to the author of it. I was in a point where it's like, I actually think this person really could stand to hear this to improve, but I also know that they're not in a place where they're going to be able to get the most from that information. So your little example of trying to find, like, you'd heard of the game, you'd seen someone play the game, you never played it yourself, but you could go to Steam and you were able to say, oh yeah, that game was RimWorld. Like, that's a bit of an example in terms of, even though there are brand new games, I don't know if we're at hundreds, but there's definitely new games being added all the time on Steam. They've managed to work discoverability enough that you were able to go from that really, abstract description of a game and be able to present it to me. So, they fixed a bug for people with 25,000 items or more. So are we talking about the trading cards kinds of items, or are you talking about 25,000 games that someone owns? Because that is bonkers. I don't see how you could play that many. I should take a minute here and just see where I'm at on certain objectives. So I'm a little surprised that it says I've got 5 of 9 ships. I actually think we have more. I'm at 24 of 28 conversion centers. So let's build the 4 last conversion centers so I can get that off my list. Again, I'm struggling to find places for all of this, but here's the other thing I want to do. Okay, so if I were to turn these all into science jobs, so apparently somewhere I've got a science lab that's actually running. Oh, it's this one. Okay. So with that in mind, we can turn that off. Okay, so we've got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Actually, you know what? It's better if I just call them 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I think I just need one more of those. So let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, we've already got enough. So I might need to make some more power plants. This is originally going to go, this was originally going to get a fan, but okay, so that would cover for me for martial mastery. So I either need to survey more ruins, or I need to boost the number of minerals that I own. Well, we're already working on Mineral City. Okay, let's just take a second here and make sure that our ships have got the maximum crew, and then we can send them up. Get to build a new one. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so once those conversion centers are built, we have martial mastery. So it's really economic expertise is the one that I'm going to struggle the most to achieve. One thing I could try to do to make life a little easier for me in that regard would be to mine up some more minerals so that we can upgrade them, but I'm going to avoid the temptation to do that. Fair enough. There's actually a way, I used to have a script that would check that a little more regularly from Steam directly, but I haven't maintained. I actually lost it. in a sad and tragic accident with a virtual machine. But yeah, I could probably reproduce it if I had to. All right, there's the converter goal. Let's see if we can get that economic expertise achievement before we go. I'm actually just going to take a second here to refill my tea. So I'll be back in just a minute. I'm on phase 1 of the operation. I just put the kettle on. I'll get a little gameplay in while it boils. Okay. So moving up to 23,000 CUs of minerals is definitely going to be a tricky one. I basically need 5 times as many construction units. Well, I mean, going from the tier 2 to tier 3 would be kind of enough to cover me on that. Now that I think of it, the other thing we could try and do is just like dig up a whole lot of artifacts and stop making employees. I don't think that's the right way to go with that, though. Oh. Compelling converter revoked. Oh, it's probably because, yeah, it went under too much garbage. So if I were to get 90 artifacts, how would I do that? So we've got 16, so we've got 32 here. We've got, I guess that would be 44 here. So we'd be up to 61, I think. So then I need to find another 30 in ruins. I mean, it's not impossible. But then I am going to have to give up some minerals in order to be able to... Oh yes, this is another... Okay, so I think I know how I'm going to handle this. Let's not go for artifacts. I'm going to go for full conversion. Hello, Irrepressible. How you doing? Feeling a little foggy, but otherwise okay. The way that I'm going to make up the CUs is by claiming the Obsidian Ruins. And I think the kettle's done boiling, so I'll be back in a sec. So yeah, man, economic expertise is actually a challenge. And I think knowing what I know now, let's build command centers as well. Like, it is sort of at cross purposes, but hey, thank you very much for, I believe that is 1 quarter with us. And, also hanging out. I know, actually, I particularly appreciate you subbing because I know I tend to stop streaming like shortly after you show up to the stream, so that's very very kind of you to keep supporting, even though I know you get sort of the short end of some of the broadcasts. But yeah, now I need to be super alert now that you've given me money. Thank you very much. We're actually very close. We can claim victory whenever we want. But I am hoping to get back to compelling, or like getting rid of the. I want to reclaim my compelling converter status. Let's see if I can get away turning on Isotope Village again. So. 23 is not bad. Down to 140 employees, though. That's just because of all the ships that I built. Now, if I was smart, I would have cleared out one of these mineral patches first. So this is going to be a command center without power for a bit. We're also starting to run a little short on fuel. All this garbage is starting to make me feel a little nervous. Oh my god.
How's it going, Founder?
We
recently finished up a round of team building over here in security. It means I made the staff party together, Founder. That kind of stuff is more important than you think. But not all of them are really suited for partying. Those modded employees, for example. I understand why we manufacture guys like that. They make this city possible. But as people, they leave a lot to be desired. They lose most of their capacity for social relation. They were kind of like furniture. We were sort of partying around them. Founder, I know you need to build more and more of those guys, but I wish there was another way. They can't tell stories about the campaigns they've survived or the ships they've flown. They can't bond with their crewmates. They're just boring. Good at their jobs, yes, but extremely dull. I feel like it's not right for us to make people boring. But that's what you gotta do to succeed on Titan, I suppose.
Alright, let's see if we can take on a solar clipper one-on-one. Yeah, so I gotta think about where I'm getting my next batch of fuel from. I can't really afford to see those numbers go down like that. So this seems like another one of these ones where we want to go for the power. Beautiful. So, as far as I'm concerned, that should basically take that ship out. It might take us a while, but... Okay. Wisdom of Ellipse. So again, in this case here, because I'm putting a little more thought into how I'm handling the rebels, I want to... actually want to go out and meet them now so that we can avoid damage if we can. Okay. So this is a bit more elaborate. So it has batteries, which means if you try to just take out the, you know, honestly, this is going to be a bit of a, just a kind of a bit of a brawl. I mean, one approach maybe is to just like drill down the life support. You know what? I've never tried that before. This will be an experiment. So I already had a ship on the way to intercept the Nomad Alliance. But we have a new arrival. Okay, the Flaming Mongoose. So there are batteries here. We don't have the same option as before. This might actually be one where we just have to go hard on the... So like this thing has a pretty fearsome armaments in addition to, you know, it's shielded, it's got batteries. This is actually something that I don't have an immediate response to. This one, on the other hand, I think is just a story of power again. Oh, but they took out our beams. Oh no, we got it. There's another one. The Escape, appropriately named. Also, before I go too far, again, I got to think about these. Got to think about locations for future fuel turbines. I think this is probably our best bet here. So I'd rather not clear out isotopes. Actually, no, but it's not in my range. I was going to say I'd rather not clear out isotopes. I'd rather claim this, but I don't think I have an option. Okay, what are we up against with the escape? Lots and lots of batteries. I'm actually gonna... Oh, sneaky. Alright. This is just kind of a brute force approach, but it will be surprisingly effective, I think. Okay, let's start thinking about fuel again. Honestly, at this point, kind of fuel anywhere will probably cover me. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna leave it be. We're not gonna have the same energy problems as soon as we well, I guess there's this sinkhole. Well, it's not generating that much ethane though. This is actually the better part. Yeah, I'll let this all happen. Oh man, we're like at the end of our fuel reserves. Okay, this is just going to be a slow descent into bad. So once the combat's done, I actually do need to shift around the priorities. I was hoping to avoid this. I think at this point we can afford to cancel the alarms. I think that also means we can turn off one of these energy plants and we can start recovering some fuel. Now, how are we on our CUs and minerals? I mean, we're getting them, but we're getting them at a snail's pace. I just lost an employee. Crap. Can't be the Forgotten Beast. I'm trying to find the ship that lost the employee. I guess it doesn't really matter, but... Okay, that command center's up to its top level. I think I can...
This loss is a lesson, and when I am victorious, I will remember it.
I think I could probably take my fate into my own hands a little bit better if I start pursuing more more tiles. So there's a couple things I'm gonna do. So remembering, I pretty much own political powerhouse for as long as I want. Martial mastery, as soon as I get the conversion centers, sort of once the garbage is taken out, we'll have that one again. The one that seems faster for me to achieve is Expert Surveyor. We need about another 90 ruins for that, which seems like a lot. I mean, that is a big number. But we do have clusters of ruins that we can sort of check out, like that we can exploit. So there's two things that I'm going to do. One, I do want to clear out the last of the artifact patches. But once I do that, I'm going to start using the influence to building these isotope patches. And the logic behind this is that basically I want to make sure that I can have the fuel to be able to manage the expansion into some other areas. The fuel will produce the energy, which will allow me to expand out into these other areas. Oop, we've already depleted an artifact patch. That's pretty good news for me. I mean, not that I prefer more artifacts than less, but it means that we're making progress. Now this makes me sad. We actually already have 3 people dedicated to it. Can't give up more employees right now. It's already taken too long to do stuff like the energy pylon. But yeah, so basically we're going to turn into a crazy bearded prospector for the last little bit of the run, because that seems to be a slightly more consistent way for us to sort of pursue our goals. So now that I've taken the artifact patches, there's a small argument for me to try and expand out from here. Actually, this is not a bad little place to try and expand from, just because it's a mineral patch, which, you know, I can use for my other goal. It's also pretty close to the grid, so yeah, maybe we'll take 40 influence and expand this. I probably should use the 40 influence to get another fuel turbine up, though. And I mean, again, if we feel under pressure, I can just declare victory. This is my effort at like super victory to achieve victory across all 3 dimensions. Apparently I'm 1 short on my fleet, though. Ah. Apparently we got one of the conversion centers back. That can't be right because these two are down here. I genuinely don't know what it takes to get the workers to turn these back on. I know like it's got like a priority system in terms of waste generation, but it feels like these have been knocked out for a while. And again, getting more workers at this point is definitely a priority for me. So if it means I have to knock down some conversion centers in order to get some free hands, so be it. I should keep an eye on citizens. I actually think we might be... Oh no, it's 1050 we need. Still, that's a number I probably want to keep a little higher than it currently is. So I suspect this threat level isn't ratcheting up that quickly because we haven't done a day of work yet. So depending on how quickly this starts moving up, I might start turning off some of the offices to just try and get my... get the credits under control, because we've got way more than we need for our... Actually, if you take a look, our employee daily salaries have gone up quite a bit. We're now up to 81, so half of our earnings are going into employees now. It's a good number for me to keep in mind. So maybe you want to be a little careful on. I'll do four more just because I don't see that number growing so rapidly that we, that it covers like another 80K in terms of costs. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing. If I can see the rate of change, actually, that's the one I'm most interested in. So I don't really need the isotopes from this, but I definitely do need the space. So we're over 2K per employee now. So my my estimate might have actually been quite conservative in terms of what I would need for employees. We also seem to have a bit of a bottleneck as far as Tier 1 minerals are concerned, so I might start bugging the council for some more of those. But I kind of need the... influence for the other stuff. Well, I figure we'll work it all out. We're approaching the halfway point. If nothing else, just being able to get the cost of employees up. I'm assuming what that's going to do is that's going to stop the rebel threat meter from growing as rapidly. And if I can at least have that happen, I don't mind waiting out the rest of the the objectives. I think I lost another conversion. Yeah, they're all filled with garbage. I mean, the worst case scenario, I bulldoze some of them and then, replace it. I might even replace some of the tier 3 ones if we hit a cap on our employment. Pains me to do so, but I think I'm going to go for that isotopes patch after all. Oh, we just lost space for our... Ooh. I need to keep a very close eye on my income. Because if this thing doesn't get cleaned out... Oh, we've got 2 residential areas down. So actually, we've already lost a chance to... Oh, no, okay, so it looks at the number of living citizens. Fair enough. But I am in very real danger. I'm 7 citizens away from denying myself that victory because of the waste here. So I need to stop doing conversions right now. And seems to me like we need more people on waste duty. Ooh. I might just try and claim victory. Yeah, man, we're converting so quickly. And we're back to the work. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna declare victory. Hey Erasmus, how you doing? Yeah, it's just too risky. Once we get to 1080, I'm gonna... Okay, so yeah, the original intent, so like, if I had a degree of confidence in my workforce's ability to clear out these residential areas when I needed it, I'd be a little more willing to mess with the numbers. That is very surprising at how rapidly that number is starting to rise too. So we're up to 176, and we're now at 102,513. So yeah, the big challenge here is that because we've got we're still doing conversions, right? So we're gonna convert 11 more citizens, and given that we're down 2 residential areas in terms of profit, that could actually turn us into a situation where we're actually losing money. And so again, a lot depends on our ability to clear out these residential areas. And you know, I only have 100,000 credits to mess around with, right? So if we could have cleared out the conversion centers here, we would have gotten martial mastery as well. What I probably would have done in the grand scheme of things would have been to stop trying to chase the CUs of minerals and instead build a command center up here and explore these ruins down here. But obviously we're like a little past halfway, so that would have definitely taken us a while. And then essentially what I would do at that afterwards is I'd just turn on all the science buildings and get my 36 scientists. But again, just because there's the possibility that the way waste works might sort of sink this playthrough, I think it's better to contact.
It seems you were a good investment. Well done.
Nana Technologies, 18 hours, 26 minutes, 51 seconds game time, 22 hours, 6 minutes, 26 seconds real time. Is that just all the time I spent on space? That's hilarious if that's true. Our market cap, I believe that is 100,000 million, 10,828,614,656 credits. Market cap details. We just played on normal, right? Yeah. 15.9 million in tier 1 minerals, 99 and a half if you round tier 2 minerals, 815.5 million on tier 3 minerals. We wound up with $1 billion worth in isotopes alone, tier 3 isotopes. 1,488 wastes, knocking off 74 million from our market cap. Clearly our credits are worth a lot. Although I don't 100% know. I guess the idea here of the net worth in terms of credits is the idea that you'll be able to convert credits into, like, you've got a certain... oh, man, that would be a really interesting idea for the market cap. Like, this would be horrible for things like the... that would be like... this would be horrible for the leaderboard, but it would be really interesting if you could do a market cap calculation where the amount that you would get on credits would be based off of an expected return on investment. It's like, what I mean by that, right, is that, like, if I were to tell you, it's like you could own shares in Disney, or you could own shares in the Ford Motor Company, let's say. I think Ford's still publicly traded. I actually don't remember what automotive companies are publicly traded anymore. You know, you would have some opinions about which one you will. And like, we'll just say, like, we'd work it out. So like maybe the amount that you can get, like, fractional shares. So it'd be like $100 worth of shares or something like that. Your expectation would probably be that the Disney one is the better investment, because $1 put into the Walt Disney Company will generate more money than one put into something very capital intensive like the Ford Motor Company. I mean, take your pick. There's a number of different companies that you could say that, or like Microsoft would maybe be another example, right? Software has fairly high returns. So if there was a way that, you could kind of keep track in the background of what your return has been on certain assets, your credits would give you a certain amount based on how you played. You could make the same argument for like minerals, isotopes, and things like that. That would actually be kind of neat. But of course, the challenge with that is that if you're introducing a leaderboard, and the leaderboard is based on net worth, what you're going to do is you're going to create an incentive to sort of, so essentially what you're doing is you're creating the conditions, not unlike the financial crisis that led to the global financial crisis, where you're just simply, restating certain revenues. I think Enron was the one to really innovate on that. And then, just that stuff came back. But I was just thinking, like, I suppose what you would wind up doing in terms of the leaderboards would be you'd create these incentives to sort of create the impression of a much higher return on assets than you were actually doing. And of course, at that point, people would probably feel justifiably frustrated with, trying to get ahead on the leaderboards. But it's still a neat concept. I wonder if there is a game that would be able to, to have some sort of dynamic valuation and make that interesting. The other thing too, of course, is that the net worth is what determines the behavior of the rebels. So in this particular case, the rebel, if you for whatever reason have a particularly high return, or like you've been measured as having a particularly high return, that might mean that the rebels are more aggressive, which, again, there's, I suppose, an argument for, dynamic difficulty or something like that. But that's a pretty opaque system, and you're definitely going to feel hard done by if you've not been, going out of your way. Still, it's just one of these ones where it's sort of like, this would be kind of neat. Actually, this is one thing I'm curious about. Is the conversion rate the same So we've got 5,076.57. Oh, sorry, I'm using my eraser. 5,076.57 is worth 1,209,719,522. Okay, and then the employee salary is 102,513. Actually, you know what? Screw this. I'm sorry. This is a chance for me to be nerdy with a spreadsheet. I've actually done this exercise before, but I now actually have Microsoft Excel. I have a proper copy of Microsoft Excel. And this is a chance for me to actually write down everything on Industries of Titan. Well, I tried putting Excel on the screen. Well, that's kind of frustrating. You're going to have Inception for a second. Actually, maybe window capture will work. Ah, for crying out loud. Behold, Excel. These things aren't working so well. As soon as I try to move, okay, actually here's what I'll do. I like Excel. I'm pretty sure most game developers really like Excel too. Okay, I don't know. I'm not very good at like doing these kinds of layouts. Sorry guys, but this game has a lot of concepts you need to watch. Actually, I've been meaning to do a proper tutorial for this, for what it counts. Is there a way? It's almost too much trouble more trouble than it's worth. Let me just see if I can bring up Bandcamp. So what I'm going to be doing here is the PAX West soundtrack. We're 20 minutes away from a VBA stream. So you're probably not going to be able to see most of what's happening on the Excel sheet, and I apologize for that. But what I'll maybe like zoom it in, and we can talk about it afterwards. But what I'm doing here is I'll just I'll play what's currently available for the Industries of Titan soundtrack while I'm doing this calculation. Oh, interesting. I don't know if there's a way for me to be able to read that now. Okay. We'll close. I'm actually going to go to continue playing for a second. I can't get a precise number on fuel storage, sadly. Okay, now I'm going to get a chance to mess around with... Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not that good at Excel. I'm not terrible at it, but I'm... Okay, one of these things has got to get a reduction in volume. Otherwise, I can't hear myself think. Is there really no volume control on Bandcamp? Okay, hopefully that's not too overwhelming. Let's try and... So I can see this spreadsheet. I'm assuming most of you can't. Okay. A couple neat things about Excel. It's only got, I think, 15 digits of precision. So if I think some of these values might actually go outside that. Yeah, maybe not. I'm pretty sure if we did a sum, there might be a problem. So if I recall correctly, if you turn one of these things into a table, and then I say, okay, I want like a unit value, and I just say, okay, give me a unit value on these, it should hopefully apply for the rest of the table, which is good. So I had... Wait, didn't I make an estimate of remaining fuel? Where did that number go? So I'm just loading back into the game. Oh, but then I guess it said 0 anyway. So is this remaining energy or remaining fuel? Right, yeah. No, sorry, there was no remaining energy, so that's why... that's why it said that. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Okay, so what I wanted to try, or I should be able to... Shouldn't it be all of you? Okay, so what I'm really interested in here, there's a couple oh, did I forget tier 3 isotopes? I fail. That's really annoying. I can go back and look it up later, but on the... Actually, I could probably check my VOD. Sorry to do this to all of you, but I'm curious. So, for those of you who are interested in Industries of Titan, there is actually something that's going to be practically useful out of this. I just kind of need to build up to get to it. Okay, I'm just at the victory screen now. So 1795. Nope. I hope that's right. Let me just double check one more time. So I had 1795. Uh, 1211. I put one too many twos. I thought that number was too high. One two one one six two five, 1211625, 088. Yeah, so I'm a little weirded out by some of these fractional values that I'm seeing, but I'm willing to, like, I'm not going to subject you all to that much tedium. Like, I'm okay being a little tedious, but not, you know, there's a limit. So there's a couple questions. So why bother going through this sort of stuff? Actually, here. I think this rounds it to ones on its own. Too few. Okay, no, it does one. There you go. That's control double click on the side if you don't know. There's a couple questions that I sort of wanted to ask of the game. So one of the things that I'm most interested in is that there's a negative value for your employee salaries. So your employee salaries are... part of this is just like learning little bits of maybe Titan lore or how the game thinks about certain things. So in one sense, this is of practical use to you as a player because it might give you an idea in terms of how you can move up on the leaderboards faster. But if you're someone, I mean, let's face it, the most recent update was a lore update. So we can learn a little bit about what Titan values, right? So for instance, one thing oh, hang on. It should be a negative value. So what I'm interested here is we pay employees in credits. So the employee salaries were 102,513, whereas our, I guess I didn't really look at our income, but our kind of the stock of money that we would be paying them from would be 576,057. So obviously I can't just take the amount that the game told me in terms of credits and employee salaries because I have many more credits than I do in terms of salaries. But when I get those unit values, I take the value and divide by the amount. I'm kind of curious, is the employee salary valued the same as the credits? And actually, as it turns out here, the fact that you need to pay your employees is valued considerably. Like, the penalty of the employee salary, this is worth more credit. The absolute value of 1 credit to an employee is worth more than a credit in the bank. So the idea is that in Industries of Titan, if you have 1 credit in the bank and you have an employee who wants, you have an employee that you need to pay 1 credit, the game considers your enterprise to have negative value. I suspect probably, like, so then you'd say, it's like, so why would this be the case? Like, is there, in one sense, there's what the game needs to do in order to try and, make the thing balanced. And that's going to be the very first consideration that the game, that the game makes. In the end, the net worth is fun. Like, I like this. It's the same as in, like, if you play old Civilization games, you get to see, like, the throne room and have everybody sort of talk, or, like, you get to kind of see the grandeur of this thing that you've built. So, but, like, one way you might also think about this here is we're sort of talking about this thing being valuable in terms of its potential. And maybe the potential value of these credits are realized over a longer period of time, whereas, payday is going to occur every day. So because you have the shorter time horizon, $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow. And so this is why, and the employee salary is worth more than the potential value for the credits. And, that sort of makes, like, in one sense, it makes sense to me. In another sense, it doesn't. The only reason why I say it makes sense to me is that both of these values are not the same as the actual credit value. So there's some sort of time value being assigned here. So, like, this employee salary is being looked at as a long-term liability. There's actually a way, if you could define a discount value, you could actually get an estimate in terms of exactly, like, you could come up with a specific valuation in terms of, maybe that'd be, okay. I'm thinking this might be a YouTube thing, but I'm actually wondering if I could take some finance concepts and actually put them in, like, apply them to some of these breakdowns. I'm not going to do it right now, but, like, there's a way that you could, like, work out time horizons and things like for this. And it might actually be kind of fun to play around with that. But yeah, in this case here, basically, the employee salaries are worth more than the credits. The thing is, though, is that they're negative value to you because you're the person who has to pay the salaries. So one of the things I potentially could have done to try and push back, I was already doing it, but, like, I could have done this to push back a little bit more. If the rebels are about to attack you, one thing that you can do is make more employees and have your salary go up, because every dollar of every credit of employee salary that you have, that's going to pull your net worth back by about 5,000 credits. So I feel like I should give something for people who want to, like, learn how to just kill it on Industries of Titan. So we're going to sort this largest to smallest. Again, we're going to ignore energy storage because I didn't have any. I'm sure I could probably, like, run my batteries down and get an estimate, but no real reason to do that. Now, I'm not 100% sure if these rebel buildings are the rebel buildings I destroyed, but this definitely seems to be the largest net worth. And to be honest with you, like, looking at how the game responds to destroying a rebel building, I'm willing to guess that you get this for each rebel building. So if you can blow up a rebel building, I probably should have formatted this. Should be a way to get commas, right? There we go. That's worth, basically, a rebel building's worth 47 million. Now, the thing is that I suspect that there's probably different values for different types of buildings, but it only reports it in a number of rebel buildings destroyed. So, if you're playing in timed contract mode, if you feel like you can get away with blowing up a rebel tile, That's the largest single gain that you can put into your corporation's net worth. But of course, the way you need to think about that is, what are the things that need to be true and happen to be able to get to that point? Certainly in the case of building a ship, like, there's no value for ships. There's that's, you know, the ships are only worth the number of rebel buildings you can destroy, or alternatively the number of these resources that that don't get destroyed for defending. In the case of time contract mode, time is going to be the same for everyone, so it's not really worth thinking about too much. I'm assuming here this raises, I mean, so again, you go between the game mechanics versus the lore. In game mechanics terms, you want the rebels to come after you over the course of time, but you might also think that this is the council valuing your ability to survive on Titan, because as you've sort of seen through a lot of the different characters talking to you, it's clear that not a lot of enterprises make it the whole way on Titan. Where were we? Employees. So this is one that really interested me, and I think this has actually changed. So when I first played this game, back in when time contract was a thing, I think the unit value between employees and artifacts was something like 100,000 credits. So one thing that I would do in my timed contract playthroughs is that I would convert as many employees as I could, because they would get things done faster, and there wouldn't actually be that big of a penalty in terms of my the value of my enterprise. Now that seems to have changed here. It actually seems like the process of oh, hang on, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm totally wrong. Employees are now worth considerably more than artifacts. That's interesting. So then what you would need to do is you would need to think of your total value of employees. So like your employee salary, you'd have to subtract that, but then employees don't cost on their own. So let me just work out sort of a marginal value. So this is where you get to do some neat stuff. So at 176, oh, nuts. Well, let me fill in what I've got here. So yeah. So these are some values that I put down. Kind of curious how this is going to work. um, I don't know how this interacts with tables, but Oops. Oh, right, because no, I would want the Okay, so there is actually a reason why I'm taking the time to look at this. So basically, employees are basically like quadrupling the value of artifacts, but they have a salary attached to them. So I don't have like the early values, but like when you go, so in time contract mode, you're not going to have, you're probably not going to have 144 employees. But basically you're taking an artifact. So you have a net worth of, like an individual artifact's worth 1,125,000, but then an employee, so you get rid of the artifact, let's say your net worth goes to 0, but then the employee comes out of the conversion center and now your net worth is 4.5 million, right? Well, not exactly, because that employee is going to have a salary expectation. And so when you're at 144 employees and you want to move your employees up to, so you want to go up to 145 employees, that new employee is going to cost you 1,176. So in this case, your overall net worth will, sorry. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, right, because I gotta add it. But that should have changed that for all of them. Sorry, like I said, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, so in this case here, once you're at 144 employees, you're actually decreasing your overall net worth by producing new employees. So like what you would do in terms of like what you basically, you try and you'd either get a better table like this, or you'd like plot. So like one thing we could do to try and draw some sort of an inference would be to, I guess a scatter plot probably makes the most sense here. Like, so certainly when I look at something like this, I'm like, yeah, this is, clearly some sort of exponential growth. And you can probably work out, exactly the formula, or you can approximate it. But, one thing that you might want to try and do is you can say, it's like, okay, well, my net worth is actually going up each time I add an employee. So like at the start of the game, it's actually worth more to you to keep adding employees. And then there's a certain crossover point where adding new employees will actually lower your net worth, which in time contract mode is not good, but for the purposes of playing the game and having an easier time against the rebels, it's actually not a bad idea to just keep growing and growing and growing. And as long as you've got a population to be able to sustain this many employees, it will actually kind of help keep the rebels at bay by lowering your net worth. So like that's something I didn't know about how the way the game works, that I thought was kind of interesting. But let's say we're back into time contract mode. So again, individual things so there's a little bit, I guess basically what I'm trying to say is there's a bit of nuance as far as how employees work. You do actually need to work out sort of an amount for employee salaries. And because I haven't been recording employee salaries regularly through the course of the game, there's going to be a point there's going to be an optimal number of employees from a net worth point of view. But definitely as far as artifacts are concerned, early on in the game, if you want your net worth to go up, like in time contract mode, there's actually a very good argument for making more employees. But of course, the other way of thinking about that is you are opening yourself up to a rebel attack earlier by increasing the number of employees pretty aggressively. And you can see a lore reason for that, right? I'm assuming the rebels are probably going to be very unhappy with you with the process of conversion. Even your own employee, like the people who are advising you, express their discomfort with the process. What else do we have? We've got, actually, I know Excel has the ability to like infer a trend. It's not worth it. Population. This is actually this is not a bad one. One way, if you wanted to do so we talked about employees and how to properly account for them. The fact that you do need to give back some of that $4.5 million in the form of employee salary. One of the ways that you can make sense of population would be that population's ability to gain you credits. So assuming you have them employed, again, you're probably going to care about this in terms of timed contract mode. Your ability to or the number of work periods basically times the value for credits, which seems to be 2,100, and multiply that by the number of credits that they earn you. That would be sort of your ideal amount in terms of population. So population is technically worth more than 900,000, but it's obviously not the easiest math to do in your head to say it's like, oh, okay, I've got 2 days left and they make, X number of credits. So multiply that by 2,100. Like chances are you're just going to add as many employees or as many people as you can. Now, in terms of the sorts of things, one question you might ask is like, well, do I want to put more effort into minerals or isotopes? Well, as you can see here, the unit value for isotopes is considerably more than minerals. Now, of course, isotopes are also harder to come by. So, you spend a lot more in terms of influence in order to be able to obtain isotopes than you do minerals. But on the other hand, you can sort of think of it, I don't know if the rates of acquisition for isotopes mines are different from mineral mines. So if you're lucky enough in, timed contract mode to be able to open up an isotope mine, there's actually a really good argument to just keep hammering away at those. I know in earlier timed contracts, I would definitely really try and focus on building and refining isotopes, because that was a nice little way for me to be able to raise the value of my corporation quite quickly. Likewise, we've got influence. So in this case, there's an implied exchange rate for influence. Now, I'm a little weirded out by this fractional value in here, so this may not be 100% accurate. But in this case, it says that one influence is worth 165,029 credits. And that's, the net worth credits as opposed to like the today credits. One thing I do find kind of fun is you can also apply the influence exchange rates. So I think artifacts, I don't think there's an easy way for me to do this in the table, but I think it's 10 influence for... Yeah, darn it. For 500 credits, you get 5 influence. Is it 2? Let me just take a second to jump back into the game. So 10 minerals, 2 isotopes. Oh, yeah. Sorry. This is totally wrong. Let me just double check that I got that exchange right. So 10 minerals, 2 isotopes, 500 credits, 1 artifact. 5 to 10. Okay, cool. And then we'll do this the so this is worth Sorry, I gotta think a bit about how I did this. Okay, so I gave artifacts in values of net worth divided by, so that's per influence. So I guess I should still calculate this on a per influence basis. But yeah, these all cost, okay. Okay, so each of those cost 10. I feel like I'm not doing this right, but I don't know. Well, I should probably just like finish this little digression and then call it. Please tell me I selected credits. Yes. Okay. Okay, so apparently credits are worth a ridiculous amount when you're getting them from the council per influence. Anyways, it's not surprising that it's worth less for you. We already kind of knew that the council definitely takes it more favorably, but in fact, I'm just gonna kill this because I don't think this is as informative as I wanted. But so when we're working these numbers out, it's like, what are we trying to say here? When you take a look at the council communication, so this is, okay, you get 5 influence for each of these things, and then you get 10 influence for an artifact. So you're like, okay, well, in terms of giving up an artifact, the exchange rate for the council, basically, it's 112,500 per artifact or per influence that you gain, right? In terms of credits, when you give them 500, that's actually 210,000 per influence. So it's one of the more costly things that you can give up. And it turns out that isotopes and minerals are actually worth exactly the same. So there's a few things that you can actually kind of get out of this. So from a mechanics point of view, do you want to lower your net worth so that the rebels come off your back? Give credits. That's one of the most expensive ways to get influence. Now, this does actually have some kind of interesting implications because, like, I had always thought that, artifacts were the most desirable, item, and so you'd kind of expect that the value of the artifact is reflected by, in the end here, like the artifact, you're still giving up a whole lot to get influence with the council. One thing that I'm not accounting for in terms of these costs is the fact that you need to give up 2 tickets. So if you wanted to get an equivalent amount of influence, you would need to give up 2 tickets of credits to trade the credits, isotopes, and minerals. Whereas for artifacts, you only need to give up 1. So some of the difference between these two is, the fact that you need to give up an extra trade ticket to do that. But again, it's kind of a fun idea here, right, to see what the value of influence is. There's one value for your net worth. And then if you think of it in terms of what you can gain and what you're giving up, the best rate in terms of maximizing your net worth is actually isotopes and minerals. And again, if you're wanting to push the rebels away, it's actually not a bad idea to dump a bunch of credits into gaining influence. The influence will still make your enterprise value go up. But in the case of in the case of the value that you're giving away, that's more than made up. What else? Influence is worth more than tier 2, tier 1 minerals and isotopes, but it's worth less than tier 2 isotopes, but we kind of already covered that. And it is, I actually do think it's kind of neat that you get credit for energy and storage and such. Incident, maybe one other thing I should mention here too, like unit values can be a bit deceiving here because obviously you're not just going to have 1 energy, and you're not going to just have 1 credit. So it is sometimes helpful to sort of think of like representative numbers in these particular cases. But obviously here, the bigger you get, the better off you are. But for me, again, I just kind of, what I find kind of neat on this is that if you're thinking of time contract mode, that's interesting in and of itself. This is like, you can use these calculations to try and give yourself a bit of a guideline in terms of what actions you want to prioritize over your 7 days. But the other thing that I find kind of interesting here is that in Industries of Titan, you're dealing with a game where you have different currencies. There are different ways of valuing things. There's the net worth of your city corp. There are credits. There's influence. And you will actually get different ideas about who values what once you actually start thinking of things in terms of, what am I giving up in order to obtain these things? And of course, we've always known that, the deal, you're getting a bit of a raw deal in terms of artifacts, but you can actually see it right here, that artifacts are in fact one of the most expensive ways that you can get influence from the council. And then, there's other little things here, like, again, I don't know if there's like lore reasons where you can say like there's an optimal number of employees. Actually, it might be kind of neat if if Lio like started telling you off once you got like past 100 employees or something like that. Like he's telling you about how you're inflating the cost of or like decreasing the net worth of the enterprise by getting more employees. That's actually kind of a fun idea. But I don't know, like this is one of the things, I don't really do this for a lot of games, but I actually find this kind of a fun exercise to do sometimes, because once you have like a working sheet of like unit values, like I was also recording some Zethane extraction because at some point I'd really like to understand TFEF. To me, the thing that's kind of neat about all of this is it's a way for you to, I don't know, like engage with the game however you particularly want. So what I mean by that is if you like Industries of Titan for its lore, and obviously a lot of the stuff that I was talking about, you know, this game is entirely about people who want things and like are building businesses and, you know, the power that the council has. And you can actually quantify how much you're getting screwed by looking at these things. Even things like pollution, right? Like a unit of pollution is 500,000 credits. That's a pretty big ding to your enterprise. What's actually kind of interesting too, right, is that like apparently the implication is that if you can like maximize your pollution and your waste, the rebels will like be more cool with you. I guess, you know, if you generate enough pollution, the rebels just say, oh man, like it's more trouble than it's worth. You know, the smog peels the paint off of the ships before they can even close into fire. But yeah, like lore-wise, I actually think there's some neat stuff to do. Like once you sort of normalize different values, and either you can denote them in credits, you can denote them in influence or whatever. Like once you sort of have your ability to start manipulating these things, you can say it's like, okay, what have I learned about sort of the values of Titan, or specifically the Landfallers and the Council, and that I personally kind of find that stuff sort of neat. But again, like if you're someone who likes playing, I mean, I think these games definitely lend themselves towards people who like doing these sorts of optimizations. And so obviously being able to see how the net worth is calculated, you know, one of the big problems I ran into was the fact that credits actually really do like ramp up your net worth. And that can definitely be something that really hurts you in terms of the number of rebel waves that you have to deal with. So being able to sort of maintain this nice little, equilibrium between the number of citizens that you have making you money versus the number of employees, like that's definitely going to cause you less of a bumpy ride than what I had. But I don't know. I think that's all the nerdery that I've got here. I don't know how interesting that was for everyone, but hopefully that wasn't too tedious. I just need to adjust my volume. Once we get that back, is the game to voice volume okay? Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, if I had achieved this a little bit earlier, I actually probably could have gotten away with a political power. Well, that gives me something to work on. So enterprising employer, cool. Yeah, so if I'd gone earlier on in the playthrough, I could have unlocked martial mastery. That's a bit of a pity that I didn't get it. I guess I was truly trying to go for the 3, but that's fine. We can take out. We've now got enterprising employer. So own a specified number of council obelisks. Specified number of buildings, retain a specified number of employees, specified number of citizens, number of employed citizens, claim a specific number of migrant ships, own a specific number of upgraded buildings, own a specific number of connected buildings, retain a specified number of scientists, and a number of residential buildings. I feel like a lot of those actually overlap with... Was it economic expertise? No, I think it was... political powerhouse. Yeah, specified number of citizens. Yeah, okay, so there is some overlap there. But I kind of like this. I actually think this is a neat little system. I'm definitely interested in getting the rest of these corporate goals. But I think that's it. I don't know if I don't actually keep my viewer numbers up anymore. So I believe there will be an update to Phantom Brigade next week. So I will very likely be playing that on Wednesday. On Friday, I have still been trying to figure out what I am going to play. So I don't have 100. Oh, actually, I didn't lose that many of you on the Excel stuff. That's either very kind of you or you're all asleep. Either of those, actually, I'm fine with. I have a couple of ideas. I was actually going to ask, I was thinking of doing a more story-based, like something like Telltale, but not Telltale, on Friday. And I'm not 100% sure if people are are okay with that or not, but that's something I was thinking of. If you have any opinions on that and you've happened to see it before Friday, you can let me know. No promises though. I haven't 100% locked in, but I've got a short list of, I think, 5 or 6 games that I'm going to use for that slot. So hopefully it's something fun. I know there's going to be a couple that you like, and actually there's a couple that will have some Twitch integration. So I think you're going to enjoy those particular titles. As for the rest, Stellaris next Monday, and I'm going to figure out what's going on with the Tuesday VODs, but I'm going to save that for another time. I am going to host Outworld tonight. Outworld is a partnered streamer. He's actually been doing some interesting, like Mortal Kombat runs. So actually, sorry, before I do that, I do want to make sure that they're okay. We don't have any brace yourself. What about Phantom Brigade? Nope. Okay. Sorry. I always want to make sure I can host somebody for Titan or Phantom Brigade, but, he does like, Mortal Kombat speed runs. But what's interesting about the last batch that he's been doing now is he's been doing, all characters without resets. So in this case, like, what's interesting is I know for a while he was working really hard on a lot of different speed runs, and what's neat about this batch of speed runs that he's been doing, he's really clearly enjoying the game quite a bit more. So in addition to the fact that like he's really good at Mortal Kombat, it's actually kind of neat to see him do so much with with this new format and sort of kind of become reconnected with what he's interested in the game. So I don't know. I hope you find it interesting. But he's somebody who I've known for a while on Twitch. So I hope you all have a good evening. Thank you very much for sticking with me for some of the duller bits. For those of you who like Brace Yourself, I'll see you next week. For those of you who like me, I'll see you Friday. And for those of you who like space, I'll see you on Monday. Have a good one.